Section 35 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 1, from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. Dear Walter, 2 days have I allowed you to wear out your astonishment at my ingenuity, address, and perseverance, and to exercise your imagination in following me and my bride from stage to stage of this admirably contrived journey. Does the novelty of the adventure wear off? Happy night! To have for thy chosen friend and bosom confidant one who can ever open the field of variety before thee, and who, to cheer thy languid fancy, removes the pleasure on which thou hadst feasted to satiety, and places the pride-correcting view of disappointment in its stead. Yes, indeed, old Andrew will find Miss Valmont where he left her, and I shall not be hanged for heiress stealing. Don Valmont need not swear, and the trio will not sit in judgment on my deeds. I have had my day of rage, and my day of sullens, and now in the calmness of grief I sit down to tell thee that, instead of being circled in my fair one's arms, lord of her wealth, I am yet a poor broken-down gamester, and the guest of Sir Gilbert Monckton. Hi-ho! Had my plan been overturned when but half advanced, or had this family or that, even my father or her uncle, detected me and torn her from my grip, I had forgiven it. But to be defeated in the moment of success by my own agents, my tools for whose conscience and courage I had bargained, such tools, I say, to be frightened by a black-gowned, bearded nobody knows what, oh, 'tis too much! I swear when I wrote you that letter, I would not have abated £500 of my utmost expectations for the chances against me. How could I foresee I should have to deal with a knavish sort of a nameless something? Who upon earth would imagine, in a seclusion so perfect, this girl could baffle a vigilant guardian, dupe a whole family, and with an art the most refined intrigue under circumstances and forms which sets discovery at defiance, nature taught too? But my story. Well, I described our intended route, and in due process we had crossed the antechamber, gone down the winding stairs, traversed the range of apartments below, and arrived at the West Tower, without the single creaking of a shoe to tell our progress. But mind me, these brave fellows, who had so amply ridiculed the believing souls of the castle for their stories and their ghosts, now began to creep closer to each other, and at every puff of wind that whizzed past us, they shrunk in circumference. Thus, I tell you, we reached the West Tower, a tower long haunted in renown, and of which no apartment is either in use or preservation. We entered a rude kind of saloon, where we dimly saw mouldering walls and unoccupied pedestals. Scraps of its former carved ornaments were strewed upon the pavements, and here and there the faint rays of our lanthorn glanced upon an headless hero. The saloon was cold and dreary. A wintry blast crept round us with the hollow murmur of emptiness. We were treading ground of which the apparitions of the castle had for time immemorial claimed the undisturbed possession, and the panic-struck hearts of my companions were doubtless anticipating supernatural disasters, when slam went some door at no great distance. "Lord, Lord, have mercy on us!" cried Griffiths, seizing on my arm, while his yet paler brother, envying him the supposed protection, forced himself between us, and I have still the misfortune to bear tokens of his cowardly grip. Enraged with the pain of this fellow's pinch, and the terror of being surprised, I shook him off like a fly, and closing up the lanthorn, I listened attentively at each door of the saloon, and became convinced we had heard only one of the accidental noises of an old and shattered building. "Follow me, ye frightened fools," said I, "and at your peril. "Indeed, my lord," whispered both cowards together, "we were not at all frightened," and with a look expressive enough, I believe, for I was then mad with apprehension lest their ignorance and credulity should ruin my project, I awed them into silence. I again bade them follow with the tone of authoritative command, and cowards are at all times most ready to obey. Our next stage, and last except the stairs, was a winding, narrow, damp stone passage. The devil certainly owed me a grudge, since he incited me to enter it at that moment. 10 minutes sooner, and I had probably secured the damsel, and had left the invisible night-walking inamorato to sigh, as it is now, "Alas, Walter, my fate and fortune!" This passage was barely wide enough for 3 to walk abreast. I placed myself in the middle, and they clung to me with infinite zeal. I carried the lanthorn, and our step was soft as secrecy on my part, and terror on theirs, could make it. Turning an angle of this infernal passage, behold, there came sweeping towards us a tall, long, bearded figure in a black cloak, and carrying a dark lanthorn likewise. Zounds! What a howl from Griffiths and his brother! The phantom fled. I pursued. That beard never grew on his chin, Walter. He outran me, and I could only keep him in sight till, like a flash of lightning, he darted through a pair of heavy folding doors. I expected nothing so surely as that he had secured them on the inside, and now grown desperate, I resolved on a trial of strength. But the doors gave me admission as readily as they had done to him, and the long swords, helmets, truncheons, and other rusty weapons and accoutrements taught me I was in the famed armory. Now Walter, heaven and himself only know to this hour what became of him. These eyes saw him enter, but neither eyes or hands could find him there. 4 narrow casements gave light to the armory, and these were most amply defended by cross bars of iron. That way he could not vanish. You and others may talk of nursery prejudices till ye are hoarse with discussion, and I will still maintain it was not in the nature of man to witness the unaccountable escape of this sprite without feeling his blood change its course. I honestly confess drops of cold dew stood on my forehead, as I paced round and round this vast hall, holding up my lanthorn at every 5th step to discover, and endeavouring from each crack and crevice to force an opening into some other apartment. None could I find. A fearful awe crept to my heart. I looked behind me and around me. Even the void seemed to threaten me with something undefined and horrible. Baffled in my search, I turned my thoughts from the phantom to Miss Valmont, and remembered with renewed courage that, as the sprite declined giving me an interview, there sprang no apparent hindrance to my plan. "Take heart, Filmar," said I to myself. "Haste, seek thy agents, and complete thy bold undertaking." No sooner were the hinges of the closing armory door silenced than I heard the passage resound with the audible voice of Griffiths' brother, repeating as follows: "Unto the 3rd and 4th generation, I believe in the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, and in Pontius Pilate, crucified and buried, but deliver us from all evil, the Holy Catholic Church, and communion of saints, and lead us not into temptation, to be a light to lighten the Gentiles, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning. Amen. I believe in—" Charming, thought I, this will do exactly. These echoing vaults will bear the tidings to Miss Valmont's chamber, and presently we shall be all at prayers together. There was he kneeling when I came up, his face close to the wall, nor would he open his eyes, nor cease his unnatural jargon, till I had shaken, cuffed him, and actually stamped and swore aloud for vexation. Verily, knight, the saddest of sorrow's sons must have yielded to laughter, had he viewed the ghastly countenance this poor wretch exhibited, and had likewise seen the half-raised eyelid, under which he scowled a fearful examination of my whole person. Perceiving I had neither saucer eye nor cloven foot, cautiously and tremblingly he ventured to lay 3 fingers on my arm. I did not vanish into air, as doubtless he expected, and the fool, overjoyed to find me a real man of flesh and blood, sprang up with open arms to embrace me. Desirous to elude the kindness, I stepped aside. His clumsy elbow came in contact with the lanthorn, dashed it from my hand, and left us in total darkness. With the extinguished light expired my last hope. To go on was impossible, and who would not, like me, have endeavoured to wreak some little vengeance on the stupid destroyers of my scheme? Fortunately for them, and perhaps in the end for myself, Griffith's brother, fearing my escape, had seized me behind, and gaining strength from his terror, pinioned me in spite of all my struggles and threats, till, as the price of my own freedom, I engaged to assist them in getting safe from this asylum of accidents, apparitions, and harms. Do not suppose, Walter, that here ended my provocations. No, indeed, for Griffiths, who had lain extended on the ground since the black-gowned apparition first appeared, venting sighs, groans, and tears in abundance, doubled his share of my torments, by refusing for a full hour at least either to be soothed or scolded into the use of his legs. Be assured I had left them to his repose, but the brother would not take of his embargo, till all the conditions on my part were fulfilled. The door which led to the terrace we had opened ready on leaving the saloon, and thither I rather dragged than conducted them. We closed it after us, and then with a bitter curse I bade them aid themselves, and walked on before, ruminating on my fatal disappointment and its more fatal consequences. Imagine what I felt when we came up to the waiting chaise, horses, etc., money expended which I want, demands increased which I cannot pay, and so near, so very near to, well, I will not think. It was past 5 when we got back to Sir Gilbert's. I threw myself on the bed, but slept not, Walter. At breakfast they, particularly Valmont and my father, wondered at the alteration in my countenance. I muttered curses at their inquisitiveness. They doubtless thought it was blessings for their consolations, and kindly increased them. Not one syllable has Griffiths breathed on the adventure. We dress and undress as mute as mourners at a funeral. The brothers too much humbled by the affair of the lanthorn to appear before me at present. Eat he must, be my disappointment what it may. Do take him into your household, Walter. Then if I catch a glimpse of future operations, and find his aid needful, he would doubtless double his diligence, and call up his valour to retrieve a lost reputation. Order Steele to go on again with the writings. I will be in town to sign by the 28th. Hi-ho! One last sigh to the memory of my departing estate. Why, Walter, these fashionable damsels beat us hollow in the ease and gaiety of impudence. Miss Monckton, who arrived here the day following my disaster, just now entered the library, and coming up to the writing-table familiarly, peered over my shoulder. A lost reputation! Oh, you wretch, cried she, snatching the paper from under my hand. It is the volume of your sins. Nay, I protest, I'll read it. And she actually crammed it into her pocket. Madam, said I passionately, I insist on your giving me the letter, and I insist on keeping it. Is not a lady's insist equal to that of a lord? Madam, sir, come hither. She pulled me toward the glass. Look at yourself. Guilty or not guilty? Ah, Filmar, Filmar, from whom did you take your lesson of blushing? But let me go, I die to read the story, that I may know whether you have yet any chance for heaven. I don't perceive, Walter, why sex should be a security against horsewhipping. Such a revenge I could have bestowed with a warm goodwill on Miss Monckton. I took the next best in my power, and had just forced the paper from her, when in walked my father, and the lady withdrew. Would you believe it? The Earl solemnly asked how I dared treat with such impertinence a woman of Miss Monckton's rank. Did I think I was romping with some chambermaid? Be assured, my lord, answered I, if I made a respectful distinction in this case, it is on the side of the chambermaid. My father looked his reply as well as he could, Walter, and walked away. Miss Monckton is a coquette, with all the finish of high breeding. She is elegant, though diminutive, highly accomplished in exterior, the rest a blank. Yet her ease, grace, and vivacity would have claimed more moments of admiration from me, were not my thoughts perpetually gadding after this Sibella Valmont, sometimes arraigning, sometimes acquitting her. But my heart has no interest in the motive, Boyer. No, she is quite an original, formed rather to constitute the business of a life than the casual pleasure of a moment. I should hate uniformity even of happiness, Give me the zest of an occasional hour of rapture snatched from a vortex of novelty, whim, and folly. A blessed portion has Miss Monckton of these latter recommendations, but £7,000 can't buy me £6,000 per annum. There's the bribe, Walter, and if I must have a counterbalancing evil, why, Ian, let it be the vice of nature rather than a vice of education and art. Ay, but I forgot, Miss Valmont has her art too, and a devilish deep-rooted art it is. And now, dare I not, with all my zealous wishes perpetually impelling me to the discovery, yet dare I not spoil their pleasures. To blast Montgomery is to betray myself. By my soul, Walter, she is a most lovely creature. Oh, Clement, Clement, art thou safe, my love? What? The hour of assignation was past, no doubt. Happy fellow, favoured Montgomery, who nightly turns the dwelling of horror into Mahomet's paradise with this Hurie. Be in London to meet me by the 28th. FILMAR. This instant has it shot across my mind to ask Valmont for letters to his pupil. The lad can't be here and there too. I will afford me a fine and safe opportunity of setting scrutiny on foot. Adieu. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 2. From Arthur Murden to Clement Montgomery. Thou wilt make her thy wife. Good God, what an implication! And is her claim yet to be enforced? I will make her my wife. How often, since I read thy letter, have I repeated those words, those despicable words! Trust me, Clement, I have no settled ill will towards thee. No, by heaven, have I not. Yet there are moments when I hate thee heartily. The severity with which I speak may dissolve the bond of our intimacy. Was it ever a bond of friendship? Carry me back to its origin. Mr. Murden, said the good-natured Dubois, I have a young gentleman committed to my care whom I wish to make known to you. And then he expatiated on the greatness of your expectations, the astonishing privacy of your education, and the singular naivete of your manners. Such as he described you were, and I neglected all my former acquaintance to run with you through the round of town amusements. With what enthusiasm did you enjoy? With what fire did you describe? No moment of disgust or lassitude assailed you. The existing pleasure was still the best, the greatest. All to you was rapture, fascination, enchantment. What a novelty, methought! How enviable and extraordinary! For I had partaken of these pleasures without a particle of enjoyment, frequenting the resorts of dissipation from custom, labouring to compel my revolting senses to the gratifications of pleasure, struggling to wear a character opposite to my inclination, seeking in public to seduce the attentions of women, from whose hours of private yielding I fled with disgust, effectually removed from society which would have taught me the importance of mental pursuits, and living in the profusion of splendour, I almost prayed for once, for something, anything, that could interrupt the routine of sameness, that could make me cease to be as it were the mere automaton of habit. You charmed me. I longed to investigate the source of your never-failing satisfactions. You do not inform my understanding, but you greatly interested my curiosity. My uncle talked of my making the grand tour, and that was your destiny likewise. It must be amusing, thought I, to travel with one so volatile yet energetic, and such an arrangement was speedily resolved on. We travelled. Sometimes you complained of my indifference, of the cold reserve that hung upon my character, but the avidity with which you perpetually hunted after variety, and the readiness wherewith I listened to your descriptions, reconciled you to whatever discordance you chanced to perceive between my feelings and your own. Am I not right, Clement? Was not this rather intimacy than friendship? While we viewed the Alps and Pyrenees, their sublimity poured into my mind a flood of enthusiasm. The laughing, as the French emphatically call it, country of Italy filled me with delight. But memory can often present such scenes with the warmth and vigour they first bestow, and even her attempts were repressed by the multitudes of follies that perpetually assailed us. I saw on every hand oppression, priestcraft, and blindness. Neither my tutor nor my companions were capable of stimulating me to inquire into the moral and physical causes of the evils I lamented; and perceiving only the effect, I concluded they were without remedy, and dismissed the subject. To one point then I changed my expectations, and that one point was love. And here I quixoted my fancy into the wildest hopes. I wanted beauty without vanity, talent without ostentation, delicacy without timidity, and courage without boast. If I saw the semblance of any of these qualities, I hastened to search for the rest. Disappointment succeeded disappointment, without producing any other effect than to bring the visions of my brain before me with fresh allurements, with increase of attributes. You, Montgomery, perhaps happily for yourself, have been a stranger to this species of refinement. You could have loved anywhere, and the utmost stretch of your powers of imagination will not produce even a faint picture of that life of never-fading bliss I expected to enjoy, when I should have found my ideal fair one, for whose tenderness I preserved my heart a sanctuary, sacred and inviolate. What then had been my faith, if, when the prototype of the ideal form did burst upon me in existence, I had been the chosen above all mankind of a heart corresponding in all things with my own? Sir Thomas commanded me home. You I left without pain. To him I returned without pleasure. Yes, I returned home, and soon. It was men, Clement, ay, then it was. You say I advise you to forget her in other arms. Montgomery, why did I advise? And wherein was I competent to judge? Had you not already prepared other arms to open for your reception? How could I divine that she whom you loved was not of the race of those beings to whom you were constantly lending the epithets of charming, lovely, exquisite, angelic? Not beyond a glance of transient admiration, or a temporary delirium of the senses, could they excite in me. I sighed to find something worthy of remembrance. You sighed to forget the worth, the inestimable worth you had known. Wearied with the importunity of, would to God I could forget her in other arms, I said. Most readily did you yield to the advice, for which, as you have justly said in one of your letters, you deserved, 'tis your own words, Clement, you deserved damnation. And what art thou doing now? Now, even that she has sacrificed herself to save thee from despair? That she has. Let thy heart tell thee her deserts. Let it remind thee that she is sorrowing for thy safety, preparing in mind and affection against thy return ages of joy, of felicity such as never, merciful heaven, and thou art, seeking reconciliation with JANETTA LAUNDY. Rememberest thou, Montgomery, the terrific and awful minutes we passed on Vesuvius? Was not that a scene which, while it gratified curiosity and exhausted wonder, made nature shrink with repugnance from the situation? Yet, in all the horrors of a night worse than that hour, lighted only by the flame of destruction, with showers of thundering dangers obstructing my footsteps, yet, had I been thee, Clement, would I have climbed that summit, ay, and precipitated myself into the gulf of ruin, rather than forever blacken the fair sheet of love, by sinking to the embraces of a prostitute. Oh, 'tis a stain indelible. Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? No, this my hand will rather the multitudinous sea incarnadine, making the green one red. I seek not to quarrel with you, Montgomery. Careless as to your resentment, but willing still to possess your esteem, I am not more ready to declaim against your errors than to confess my own. Yours are recoverable. Make peace with yourself in heaven, where I go not to expiate, but patiently to abide the punishment of mine. This is the last time, Clement, that mystery shall cloud my words and actions. In this very letter I meant to have cast it off. I thought I had torn myself forever from the enchantment, and that reserve and secrecy were at an end. But a strange unexpected circumstance, perchance productive of benefit to those for whom I would, if possible, sacrifice more than self, leads me once more to that scene where my dearest wishes lie buried, where I raised a funeral pile of all my hopes of happiness in this world. 'Twas I conducted the fatal torch, I stood passive and witnessed their annihilation. One day longer shall I remain at Barlowe Hall. I only arrived here yesterday. I may be absent a week, then I return again for a short time to seek in solitude a temporary recruit of spirits and resolution. Much indeed do I need them. You I have to meet, my uncle too, all who call themselves my friends, for with this emaciated form and mere emaciated mind am I coming to London. And what is my business there? To take an everlasting leave of ye all, to implore Sir Thomas Barlowe that he will allow me but a part of the ample provision he has given me here, to supply nature's necessities in a foreign land. I go abroad. Opposition and remonstrances are a feather in the balance. I go, Montgomery, to find a grave. Life and I are already separated. I breathe, but I do not live. Sleep and peace are vanished from me. How swift are the ravages of an unhealthy mind, and who would not rejoice when the vague and fleeting scene shall have finally closed? But a little time, Montgomery, and rumour will say, or perhaps some stranger affected into sympathy by my youth will, as the least office of humanity, charge himself particularly to inform thee, that it was a sigh of resignation which liberated the agonized soul, and forever sealed the lips of A. MURDEN. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 3. From Sibella Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Not write me one line! Did you, Caroline, forbid him? Prudence and safety required no such sacrifice. Last night I dreamt— but why talk of dreams? When waking miseries surround us, why need we recur to those of imagination? Tell Clement if he meant a triumph, tell him he may congratulate himself. I would neither conceal nor deny he has it most completely. Here then I remain. In full conviction that Clement has already learned a part of Mr. Valmont's lesson, I obey. Yes, I suffer myself to be commanded into acquiescence, against which every fond affection of my soul revolts. Tell Clement that. Yet stay. Ask thy heart, Sibella, that heart in which love and disappointment mingle the bitter poison which corrodes the very vitals of thy peace, whether this is not the momentary effusion of a perhaps unfounded resentment. Tell him not, Caroline, or if thou tellest him aught, and I do commit an error, oh, may the tear which accompanies prove its atonement. Caroline, I am incompetent to judge of his situation. Cares and tumults may surround him, and add to the anguish of separation, and you, my friend, beware how you judge him rashly. The tender heart of Clement repels every approach of harshness. While you seek to investigate, you forgot to soothe. I detest your picture of my Clement's mind. Oh, how ill do you appreciate that soul wherein the image of Sibella lives immovably and eternally, undivested of her sway by any outward form or circumstance. 'Tis true, indeed, Clement does attach to success and fortune in the world a value unfelt by me, who know it not at all, and prized by you only perhaps from its more intimate knowledge. But for whose sake is it, Caroline, that he dreads my uncle's resentment, that he would shrink to see me a penniless outcast from Mr. Valmont's favour? Is it not mine? 'Tis I that am, however distantly removed its effects from all but the discerning eye of love, I am his actuating principle. Does he ever dismiss this one dear ultimate object from his thought? 'Tis because a lesser theme mixing therewith would degrade the loved idea. Again undisturbed, self-possessed, his ardent mind returns to the dear remembrance of past, the still dearer anticipation of future joys, when hourly, momentarily, they shall augment with the increase of years. O Clement, that love at one and the same instant created on our sympathizing hearts, sustained with mutual ardour, through the uniform but interesting years of childhood, at length spurred on by dangers and denial to form its firmest, chastest tie, is there a temptation on earth, or a horror in futurity, which could bribe or bid that love seek to extinguish its smallest hope, its least particle of enjoyment. No, no, never! An impassable gulf is placed between that love and diminution. A chasm wide, deep, immeasurable as eternity. How dared I reproach my love? How dared I decide, I whose mind is almost subdued by my situation? Think, Caroline, 1 hour heavily creeps after its fellowed hour. Day slowly succeeds to day, barely distinguished by another name. The sun shines one morning, and hides his beam the next. Yon tall trees, who bow their heads to the wind on this side to-day, may to-morrow wave them on the other. And here ends the chapter of my varieties. Night, indeed, brings variety amidst endless confusions. Broken sleep and appalling visions create debility of mind and body for the ensuing dawn. It is but the fainting embers of my former animation that sometimes gleam upon the darkness of my soul. And even now while I acknowledge and reprobate my folly, I could return to the horrors of apprehension, could run through volumes of dire presages, affirming while I disbelieved, creating as if to be interwoven in my fate, fantastic, shapeless evils, from which my better reason would turn, and would pronounce the worthless offspring of misrepresentation and falsehood. And why, Caroline, should I be thus? There is the question that, as often as I impose on myself, as often returns unanswered. I knew Clement was to go, and I know he will come again. What is new in my destiny is delightful to remembrance. It is the sacred union plighted by our willing hearts in the sight of heaven, the confirmation, the everlasting bond of affection, which renders every blessing of this life subordinate, from which no change of circumstance could release us, nor not even death itself shall cancel. I heard Clement speak one day of some ceremonials which would be deemed necessary to the ratification of this covenant, when we should enter the world. Methinks I shall be loath to submit to them. The vow of the heart is of sacred dignity. Forms and ceremonies seem too trifling for its nature. But of the customs of your world, Caroline, I am ignorant. I write at intervals. A giddiness returns upon me continually, and air is the only remedy. The last time I quitted my pen, I was almost overpowered, and could proceed no further than the great hall door. I sat on the step, and leaned my head against the pillar of the portico. It was not swooning, for I knew I was there. I felt a cold wind blow on my face, but my limbs had lost their faculty, and my eyesight its power. A chill oppressive gripe seemed to fasten on my heart. My uncle happened to pass in from the park. He spoke, but I could not reply. I waved my hand, which he took in his, but while he pressed it, he reproved me in an ungentle manner for sitting on the damp stone, and exposed to the raw air. Tears unbidden and almost unexcited rolled down my cheek. He called Andrew, and I was borne in, and laid on a sofa in the breakfast parlour. After I recovered, my uncle, with a kinder tone of voice, noticed an appearance of ill health in my looks, and inquired into the nature of my indisposition. You are too much in the cold, child, said he. Go, I give you permission to sit with Mrs. Valmont. I will join you there presently. I replied I was engaged in my most interesting employment, that of writing to you. Ah, child, said my uncle, how much do you stand indebted to my indulgence for that liberty? I rely on your integrity that you do not in any one instance, Sibella, abuse my confidence. I was going to answer, and began with your name. I know, said my uncle, what Miss Ashburn is very well. Your friendship to her was formed by accident, and without my concurrence. But I had never suffered it to continue, had I not found something to approve in Miss Ashburn. She has sensibility and affection. That is all you ought to learn. The rest is the sad licentiousness of her education. I could have made her a charming woman. And as it is, she has too much feeling for the companion of women of fashion, and too little reserve for the wife of a man of delicacy. I am giving orders to Ross, Sibella. He is sending a packet to Clement. Have you any remembrances for your friend and playfellow? Such, sir, as most befits a wife to a husband. Encouraged by the complacency of his eye, I threw myself at his feet, and assuredly reserve and concealment would in that moment have vanished, had not Mr. Valmont placed his hand on my mouth. Hush, hush, child. You know I will be obeyed. Happiness ceases to be a blessing, if disappointment does not precede to stamp its value. Go, Sibella. Your fate in the husband I ordain for you may not be as desperate as you, at present, perhaps imagine. Repeat this to Clement, Caroline, 1,000 times. Let him fix his comment, and then judge of the throbbing expectation of my heart by his own. How insensibly my pen glides into this dear engrossing subject! I began this letter almost for the sole purpose of telling you I am no longer a stranger to the wood haunter, as you call him, and I have travelled through these number of lines without his idea having recurred to my memory. From the night of the sigh and little ball, I sacrificed the first of my present enjoyments, and entered the wood no more. The opposite hill, from whence issues the parent spring of the lake, forms a shelter to the little park, a spot of ground left in its rude state to produce furze, etc., for the accommodation of our deer. Twice a day, for Nina's sake, I ascended the hill. Sometimes she appeared instantly from the little park. Oftener, after I had called loud and long, she would come panting from the wood. But our meetings were less congenial than at the foot of our oak. Nina would bound that way, suddenly stop, and look wistfully from me to the wood, thus as it were conjuring my return to that beloved spot where she used to share her fond caresses between Clement and myself, and spring from one embrace to be received in the other. One afternoon Nina appeared on my first call, and as I stooped to embrace her, I observed a folded paper tied to the plait of her collar. It contained only, "Your wood is free. Farewell forever." That Nina should become such a messenger must be, I concluded, by the order of Mr. Valmont, and the contrivance of a servant, for you, Caroline, experienced how inflexibly averse Nina is to strangers. Even to the domestics of the castle I never saw her more complaisant. I felt grateful for the tidings, though I smiled to think my uncle should thus continually strive to perplex and mislead my imagination. It was now near the close of evening. Gathering clouds and fierce gusts of wind foretold a tempest. Instead of going to the wood, I returned to the castle, and scarcely was I housed when the storm burst in its most tremendous violence. You remember the apartment where my portrait hangs, and you have remarked the attractions of that picture for me. As the work of Clement, it is rather his image than my own. There I can vent the swelling sentiment of my heart, and find an auditor more interested than the dispersing winds. To this room and picture I resorted in the dead of that night, to harmonize my feelings and collect my thoughts, alarmed and scattered by a twice-repeated dream full of terror and dismay. There I met a stranger. I looked on him intensely, for I sought to discover the likeness of the spirit whom you describe. I sought to recollect the features I had seen in the wood and armoury. Height and form agreed with your description and my remembrance, but the countenance of this young man was devoid of softness, and I thought possessed little interest. He had vivacious dark eyes, dark hair, and a full decided bloom. The impression of former circumstances was still powerful in my mind. I remembered the paper I had found on Nina's collar, and I concluded that this person could be no other than Mr. Valmont's chosen. I addressed him accordingly. I spoke of the weakness of his endeavours. I defied his utmost power. Twice the stranger bowed in silence, but he never attempted to answer me. Early the succeeding morning I decided on going to the wood. Should it be free, what a pleasure! Should the stranger be there, I had only to repeat, in a fuller manner, the sense of my last night's words, and quit him. O Caroline, had you ever loved! But love itself without separation could not have taught you the omnipotent value a lover's heart affixes to time, place, and memory. Who, in revisiting the hallowed ground of affection, can describe that slow eagerness of step, that still tumult of delight, which restrains while it impels, purchasing delay? If these are not the happiest moments of life, at least they are most worthy living for. The soul expands into a new existence. The body's encumbering mass seems no longer her organ. Even now, Caroline, the charm returns, infusing itself through every vein, sending life's best blood in thrills to the heart, and kindling pleasure into agony. I cannot proceed. Will not Clement write me one line? Another letter shall inform you in what manner I discovered him, for the personated hermit is your Mr. Murden. Sibella. End of section 37. Section 38 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 4. From the Same to the Same. I know not precisely where to begin, nor how much of the adventure I told you in my last. Did I not say that, while yet at my oak, Nina entered the wood a little below the tomb, and without observing me began to climb the rock? But I think I broke off before I had mentioned her swift return at my call, and the irresolution she betrayed by running backward and forward from me to the rock, and from the rock back again to me. Desirous to know what her manner portended, I arose as if to follow, and away she bounded, taking the path up to the hermitage. As she ascended much swifter than I could, she waited on the outer side of the ruin till I also arrived, and then bent her course round to the farther part, which, being the most perfect of the building, I imagined she had chosen for the purpose of sheltering her young ones. It is called the chapel. Standing on a projecting point of the rock, it is difficult to access, for the path is cumbered with loose stones, from one to the other of which runs in perplexing branches the twining ivy. High grass and clusters of bramble choke the wild flowers that shed their inviting fragrance on part of the lower side of the rock, nor do I remember ever but twice before to have gone beyond the unroofed cell, where Clement and I, one happy spring morning, raised a seat of stone, and plucked away the weeds that new springing grass might mingle with our mossy footstool. There too we planted a woodbine, rose and jessamine, but the cell refused nourishment to our favourites. Foiled in our attempt to make the ruin bloom a garden, it had no longer for us any attractions. Nina's wistful look as she again stopped at the chapel's entrance now tempted me on, but it could tempt me no farther. At the stairs my curiosity, or at least all inclination to gratify it, terminated. In one corner of this small chapel, where the wall is yet undecayed, remains a kind of altar. Some stones in front have fallen away, and discover a flight of dark narrow steps. I concluded Nina had concealed her young in the vault below, for she would not return when I called. But I could not think of encountering I knew not what damp and darkness, in the hope of finding them. Both suppositions were erroneous. The cell is superior in dimensions and dryness to those above ground, nor had my fawn any offspring there. This place, Caroline, was Mr. Murden's abode. Thence he ascended followed by Nina, and stood before me the original of your painting, and the same who once in the wood started from every appearance of feeble age into youth and vigour. He named himself. Miss Valmont, said he, I no longer bear a borrowed character. Henceforward, should you ever think of me, know I am Murden, the friend of Clement Montgomery, and the acquaintance, I dare not say more, of your Miss Ashburn. Already the victim of unsuccessful love, by all my hopes of heaven, I came hither only to seek your consolations. The world cannot find time to soothe a breaking heart. You in solitude might. But you have no pity, no friendship. An accident keeps me here this day, or I had now been gone forever. Do not, Miss Valmont, do not set your people of the castle to hunt me, for I am desperate. Whose victim are you? Said I. Whose? Repeated he loudly and wildly. Did you say whose, Miss Valmont? Then turning away and sinking his voice, he said, Ay, whose indeed. Do you know, added he, approaching nearer to me, that death is of icy coldness? The eye beams no tidings, for the heart feels no warmth. Such is my love to me. Tell me, Miss Valmont, what would you do were Clement thus? Alas, die also. O brave, said Murden with a strange kind of smile, bear witness, thou unhallowed gloomy mansion, for one moment of our lives are we agreed. Miss Valmont, I shall never see you more. If I have created uneasiness in your breast, by my strange visits to this spot, forgive and forget it. Ask me no questions. In some hour of less anguish than the present, I will tell Miss Ashburn how and why I came hither. Another person there is also to whom I shall owe the detail. Hold, for I was going to speak. Do not name him. Your last words were, die also. To me, your last, choicest blessing. No, no, I will not hear you speak again. This is our final interview. In peace and safety, Miss Valmont, return to your wood. And when remembrances of love shall be no longer remembrances of happiness, then die also. And who, Caroline, could outlive their remembrances of happiness? I have placed myself 1 minute in the situation of this unfortunate young man. I beheld the tomb close upon the lifeless form of Clement, and in the wide world there was no longer room for me. Murden descended to his cell, and I went home to weep for him. Will not you weep for him, my friend? And Clement too? I feel you will. Clement knows full well the value of requited affection. He will soothe his friend, but he will not ask him to live. It would be cruelty. Nina looked kindly at me, but she followed Murden, and since he quitted that ill-chosen abode, I often see her descending the rock. She even appears to mourn his absence, and she looks around expectingly, and starts at every gust of wind, as she used when Clement first bade us adieu. Either to you or Clement I appeal for the further history of your drooping friend. Bid Clement write, be it only 3 words, bless my Sibella, and I will wear it next my heart, a charm to hold disease and foreboding at defiance. My dearest friend, farewell. Sibella Valmont. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 5. From Arthur Murden to Caroline Ashburn. When friendship and advice can no longer avail him, Murden entreats a patient ear to the history of his misfortunes. Entreat? Did he say? No, madam, he entreats nothing of you. He demands your ear, demands your attention, your sighs, your sorrow, and little indeed is that, though you're old of reparation, for the mischievous eloquence which first instigated him to become the poor valueless object of pity, sighs, and sorrow. To tell you that I love Sibella Valmont is no more than Montgomery will tell you, but he loves her in his way, I in mine. When present, her supreme and ever-varying beauty makes his rapture, and, till he has been a day without her, he imagines absence would be insupportable. Absent or present, alike she fills my every vein. I love her, Miss Ashburn, as, oh misery, as she loves Clement. Judge me not so absurd as to entertain hope, although I tell you I am again returned to the hermit's cell. Offer hope in its most seducing form, and still would I renounce it. Yes, madam, possession of Sibella, were I an atom less to her than she is to me, must inflict torture worse than the present. Nor deem that I would dare assail her ears with my unauspicious love. I have spoken in mystery, and she thinks I mourn a buried mistress. Alas! And so I do. Montgomery, what dost thou owe me? Yet 'twas not thee I meant to serve, therefore thou owest me nothing. Thou canst find happiness anywhere, but in the circle of thy arms and heart centres the full measure of Sibella's wishes. I would almost, Miss Ashburn, as soon have rushed into the fire, as again sustained the chilling beam of her eye. Yet I have come hither again, have endured this and more, to check the carnivorous meal of anxiety already begun on her cheeks' bloom. I have been told, and have told Sibella, that instead of being a dependent on her uncle, she is mistress of £50,000. With infinite astonishment she heard me, and is gone to demand an explanation of Mrs. Valmont. I requested her to forbear naming me, till I had made a safe retreat from the park, for Valmont is proud, insolent, and cruel, and she bade me wait her return here, that according to Mr. Valmont's reception of the tidings, I, as Clement's friend, might yield her my prompt advice. Yes, as Clement's friend, she said. How well may I talk of endurance! When I first knew you, madam, at Barlowe Hall, you won my admiration and esteem by the uniform reserve, or I may say repugnance of your manners toward me. I adored your disdain of a character I equally disdained, while I contemptibly descended to wear it. And, though I could not instantly resolve to cast aside the unmerited fame of my licentiousness, yet you never moved or spoke, that I was not all eye and ear. However, You might contemn the abettor of impertinence and folly in Lady Margaret and Lady Laura Bowden. One evening, you may remember, I abruptly shook off those interrupters, who wore gorgon heads in my view, while they delivered their invidious suppositions concerning the lovely being whose picture you had so animatedly given. When your eulogium on Sibella Valmont ceased, I withdrew, flew to my chamber, and hastily locked the door, as if I had newly found treasure to deposit there in secrecy. I threw myself into a chair. "And is not all this familiar to thee, Murden?" said I, after a pause. "Hast thou not 1,000 times, in thy waking and sleeping visions, described a being thus artless, thus feminine, yet firm, such an all-attractive daughter of wisdom? Ay, but I had never personified her in Sibella Valmont, though Clement had sworn 10,000 fathom deeper to her beauty. I could make no more nor less of it. My head ached, and my soul was burdened. I went to bed, and dreamt of a wilderness, and an angel, and the vision followed me through the engagements of the succeeding day. Whether it was that I more industriously fought it than formerly I know not, but soon an opportunity arose of conversing with you alone. It was easy to lead to a theme wherein your affections were as much engaged as my curiosity, and I heard every interesting particular of her mind, manners, and seclusion. Her love of Clement Montgomery was also remembered. To me his love of her never bore any striking features, and, somehow, hers to him seldom intruded amidst my chimeras. Strange wishes arose, tremulous expectations. "It is all curiosity," said I, "and to overcome the obstacles that forbid thy knowledge of this phoenix is worthy the labour of ingenuity." When you, madam, took the road to Bath, I unattended crossed the country to Valmont Castle. 3 days I passed in reviving and rejecting the scheme, and during that time had stationed myself at a farmhouse within a mile of Valmont. In the farmer I recognized an old schoolfellow of my days of humility, and one whom I loved dearly too, before my uncle was a nabob. We met each other with an appearance of restraint and embarrassment. I certainly conscious of an unjust neglect of him, he, perhaps, secretly despising the man who preferred wealth to honesty. But reparation was then in my power, and the very critical moment at hand. Farmer Richardson is rather given to endure than to complain. His simple statement of a few facts, which led to the service I rendered him, contained no invective. He told me he was an unfortunate man, to be sure, but Mr. Valmont was not obliged to know that. As to family concerns at the castle, after which I inquired, he said, he had occasionally heard more than he chose to relate, that the squire was perhaps proud and capricious, but he might have reasons for his conduct. Let every man act according to his own conscience, and the Lord have mercy on the greatest sinner. Such is honest Richardson's creed. The farmer's taciturnity was amply contrasted by the loquacity of his hind, formerly a domestic at the castle, and suddenly discharged with that pride and petulance for which its owner is famed. John Tomas dwelt at Valmont Castle when Clement Montgomery was adopted, when Miss Valmont was brought thither, and though I always made him begin there, he constantly found means to shift his ground to the ancient mysteries of the domain. A sinful lord, turned penitent, enjoined to find money and materials for the structure. It pleased the neighbouring society of devout fathers to erect on the rock within the park. It was further necessary to his salvation that this hermitage should be endowed on 2 of the most holy monks of the brotherhood, who would undertake to live longest by prayer and fasting. The event proved the choice admirably founded. Without the adventitious aid of victuals and drink, they dwelt I know not what number of years in this practice of piety, saw the society from whence they came broken and dispersed, and peaceably ended their days in the hermitage. Selfish fellows though these saints, according to John Tomas, for dead they will not yield possession to the living, but revisit still the glimpses of the moon, making night horrible. I essayed to gain information concerning Miss Valmont, and John Thomas's deduction from the little he had seen and the more he had heard was, that Miss had not a right understanding. He always thought Master Montgomery better natured of the two, and he would be a fine fortune when he came back from foreign countries. Legends of the haunted ruin, on which John Tomas delighted to dwell, first suggested to me a hermit's disguise. Already, Miss Ashburn, you contemn the romance of my scheme, and its practicability seems impossible in expectation. Experience taught me how much a little ingenuity and great perseverance will effect. In all cases, whether right or wrong, Jointly they can almost work miracles. Early misfortunes, a life of hard labour and little profit, had blunted that quickness of sensation in Farmer Richardson, which might have led him to conjecture something mysterious of me. If I was there to claim my meals, it was well; if not, 'twas the same. I contrived to evade all inquiries into my absence, whether it were of the night or day, by fixing on myself the character of an eccentric, whimsical solitary. Ah, Miss Ashburn, I smile to observe the precaution and industry wherewith I wrought my wretchedness. You allow me to be minute, I know, for I know your sympathy and sincerity. How this recapitulation of events has beguiled from me the consciousness of passing time! In this underground cell, where no ray of the sun's light ever penetrated, have I by my solitary lamp counted the lagging moments throughout a day. Yet now living over again in remembrance that preparatory fortnight when I was at Farmer Richardson's was only restless, I have suffered hours to go by, without any additional torment of suspended expectation. Sibella is not returned. I thought I heard the sound of her feet in the chapel above, but when I ascended she was not there. I went on to the other side, but darkness has enveloped the castle, wood, and park. I shall not see her to-night then. Mr. Valmont may be from home, occupied or engaged, and she cannot gain in hearing. Nina too has quitted me, yet I am less alone than heretofore. The spirit of your friendship hovers round me. Be my friend, Miss Ashburn, while existence cleaves to me, and, when I am gone, double the portion of your love to Sibella. Ah me! My heart has strange forebodings that she will greatly need it. A continuation of my narrative shall amuse the sleepless night. Who will dispute that my claim to saintship is not more incontestable than that of the former fasting inhabitants of this mansion? The holy monks by the mysterious passages into the castle could and assuredly did indemnify themselves at night for the forbearance of the day. But I, who have learned in this cell and its environs to banish sleep, one of nature's greatest wants, where shall I see the lulling medicine which can steal me from self, can anticipate the tomb? During the fortnight previous to my first seeing Miss Valmont, I reconnoitred day after day every inch of ground around the moat, and a first circuit showed me that immediately beside the rock the moat, forming an angle, is not above a third part as broad as in any other place. This of course rendered it much easier to cross, but that facility was more than counterbalanced by the abruptness of the bank on the side next the lane, and the slippery steepness of the rock on the park side. Still this seemed the place, from its great privacy and difficulty of access, by which I must enter. Never but once did I see any creature approach it, and then I saw a gentleman on the opposite hill, who seemed to have lost his way. The exactness and solicitude of my observations at length pointed out a tolerable and easy method of descending the bank, for I perceived stumps of trees irregularly but artfully disposed, which I dare believe had been either purposely placed, or purposely left there for the climber's assistance. At first this surprised me. However, the whole business was fully explained, when measuring the depth of the moat in separate places I discovered, and blessed the saintly contrivance of the starving monks, a mound raised across the moat, about 2 feet below its surface, on which large pieces of the rock were thrown, their edges just covered with water, so that with the assistance of my pole I could pass from one to the other, suffering a little more inconvenience than a wet shoe. "Forerunners of your worthy successor," exclaimed I, "thankfully I receive the benefit of your labours. Your work, no doubt, is perfect in ingenuity. I shall tread in your steps up the mountain's rugged side, and nightly visit my shrine as you nightly deserted yours." Yes, Miss Ashburn, the ascent was attainable, and though time has destroyed some of the useful works of the Holy Fathers, yet here and there, particularly in the more abrupt parts of the rock, I found steps formed. By diligent heed of these and other aids I certainly gained the only path by which I could have reached my destination. It brought me on the back of the hermitage to the chapel's entrance, which if you have at all noticed its situation, you will recollect to be so placed, that any one may enter it without being discovered from the wood, or even from the park side of the rock. I will not tell, no, I cannot tell you the swelling joy with which I hailed myself master of the ruin. It commands no prospect, save of the wood path where stands Valmont's monument, and a dearer object, Sibella's oak. Yet I bent my eager view through the chapel's cracked wall, and bade the winds bear to the castle's owner my proud defiance. This my first visit, performed at twilight, was only a visit of inspection. I discovered the stairs under the altar, but deemed it at least improper, if not dangerous, to explore them without light. All my apparatus was forthwith conveyed to the moat's edge, where rushes afforded them a hiding place, till I had carried them to my station. A few biscuits alone was my provender, but for the supply of my dark lantern I was abundantly careful. No monarch ever ascended a throne with more mounting exultation than that which filled my breast, when I took possession of this lower cell. The next day I saw her. Good God, and you have seen her too, at the foot of her oak, her flowing hair, her modest drapery, a model for the sculptor, a vision for the poet. I became neither. Were I to live ages, I could never describe her, for when her image is most perfect with me, I have neither powers of mind, nor the common faculties of nature. The overwhelming sensation sinks me to the earth. Montgomery, she may live in thy imagination, but not in thy heart as in mine. Surely I grow tedious in detail. These occurrences were few, yet they swell in relation. 3 days elapsed ere she came again to her wood. Doubtless, madam, you have already heard of our conversation. She feared me not. She left me to inform Mr. Valmont. In the first moment of our intercourse I saw the firmness of her character. I saw she knew not how to threaten. She could only reason and resolve. I dared not quit the hermitage in daylight, but I could provide for my safety within it. Walking backward and forward in my cell for exercise, one stone of the flooring had constantly resounded under my footsteps, and as I trod harder it appeared loosened from the rest. A grave or a treasure, said I, and I raised the stone. There was only a flight of steps, 3 times as wide as those descending from the chapel. As I now trod the ground of mystery, this discovery excited no surprise, and, imagining myself securely and conveniently stationed in the cell, I had not the smallest inclination to explore further, till hearing the voices of people on the rock, who I doubted not were coming in search of me, I committed myself with my lantern to this subterraneous passage. Finding it well arched, dry, and wide, curiosity led me on, for I no sooner discovered it than I conjectured its secret communication with some apartment of the castle. It is unnecessary, Miss Ashburn, to dwell on the construction of this passage, its ascents and descents, windings, etc. Suffice it to say that it seemed a journey of infinite length, that the crumbling fragments of one broken arch had nigh forbidden my progress, and finally that, this difficulty overcome, a sliding panel of oak incomparably fitted, gave me admission into the armoury. From amidst those surrounding trophies of honour I snatched a sword, determined therewith to defend myself against any direct attack. In the armoury I remained all that night, for I thought it possible that some one might be stationed to watch for me in the cell. Shall I not tell you that a feeling which surmounted my apprehensions of discovery chained me to the armoury? I was under the same roof with Sibella. The first dawnings of morn burst imperfectly through the high and grated casements, and I heard the creaking door of the armoury begin to open. I darted through my panel, but the panel shut heavily and with noise. Some person had already entered the armoury ere the panel was quite closed. I shuddered for the consequences that might ensue, and I retreated a few steps, and grasped my sword. I heard the person in the armoury walk, and several times pass the panel. The step was light and gentle. I heard a sigh. My heart took the prompt alarm. I looked through the crevice. It was, I had almost said, my Sibella. No. Montgomery Sibella. I forced back the panel, flew to her, trembled, spoke, was wild, vehement, and perhaps utterly unintelligible. And here let me pause, Miss Ashburn, to remark how strongly I discovered in her mind I had pictured and panted to possess. When I first approached her in the wood, tottering under her hermit's disguise, I could perceive, as it were, her collecting spirits embody themselves to repel my fraud. It matters little to me, said she, who or what you are, since I well know you cannot be what you would seem. Conscious rectitude forbade her to fear me. It forbade her to mix me with her ideas in one shape. All her all-prevalent love forbade it in another. I saw her once, when the time, the place, the circumstance would have appalled me into agony. When, unseen, I echoed her bursting sigh from behind the monument, I saw her a moment mute with surprise, then call into her mien a dignity so firm, so undaunted, that it might have spoken lessons to a hero. After Miss Valmont left me in the armoury, I waited another hour, and assuring myself, from the still silence that prevailed, my passage was undiscovered, I returned to my cell, which I believe none had entered since I quitted. The succeeding night I revisited Farmer Richardson's. John Tomas, ever delighted to talk, came on me open-mouthed with a tale newly brought from the castle, namely that Miss Valmont had seen and spoken with the hermit's ghost in the wood. And next, madam, to prevent suspicion and enquiry, I deemed it proper to join you and my uncle's party at Bath. There in the midst of the crowds was I alone. I saw but one form. I heard but one voice. I began to despise Montgomery, to assure myself, against conviction, that she could not love him, and had promised my heart I know not what of success and felicity when the contrast passed. His letter came, and I, in the saloon, in your presence, before a crowd of witnesses, behaved like a fool and a madman. Pardon, Miss Ashburn, in consideration of my despair, any surprise or shock my conduct gave you. Never can you know what were the feelings of that night. Love had no concern therewith. It was a night of hatred, revenge, and rage. Adieu, madame. I have filled up the last space of my paper, and my narrative must rest till I return to the farm. The blessings of an uncorrupted mind ever, ever be your possession. A. MURDEN. End of section 39. Section 40 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 6. From the Same to the Same, in continuation. 24 hours longer of fruitless expectation did I endure in that cell. No Sibella appeared. Did she then forget her request? Painting her future delights with Montgomery, has she forgotten the unblessed wretch who, for her sake, could sustain hunger and cold, watching and weariness, who to hail the same breeze that had saluted her, quitted every indulgence of luxury for an abode that held comfort at defiance, who stretched himself along on the bare stone rather than on a bed of down, because from that sleepless couch he could spring to gain an indistinct view of her bewitching form. Ay, pour your contempt upon me, ye whose smiles I have beguiled you of. View him who bought your unprized tenderness with the empty breath of flattery. View him, stealing slave-like into forbidden paths only to gaze at humble distance, only to catch the echo of a sigh breathed to another. He, Miss Ashburn, who lives without hope, must die for consolation. Yet surely this her absence cannot arise from so more than common an instance of insensibility. Some accident may have prevented her return, and I am capricious and cruel, while I dare to accuse her of insensibility. John Tomas met me as I returned to the farm. He was carrying malt to the castle. I will throw myself in his way when he comes home, and probably, amidst the abundance of information he will be eager to communicate, I may find something which will elucidate this strange absence of Miss Valmont. Little remains, madam, for me to add to my confessions. Sibella's tender but romantic contract placed an eternal barrier between me and the flattering illusions wherewith fancy fled my flame. I saw she loved as I had wished her to love, had I been the object. In the first moments of frenzy I wrote Montgomery a mad letter, and no sooner recovered a better frame of mind than I dispatched one of apology, which both made my peace, and quieted his astonishment, for he is not given to look beyond the surface. Hours, Miss Ashburn, have I spent in wishing Montgomery worthier of his fate. Sometimes have I calmed my swelling agony by reproaching her for loving him, then have humbled my proud heart to dust, to obtain her ideal pardon. His seclusion, her enthusiasm, his reducing countenance, his vivacity of spirit, and above all his well-expressed vehemence of love. Oh, it could not be otherwise. She saw an outline, her imagination formed the rest. No, not one single instance of self-reproach on Clement's account ever assailed me. When I first discovered that Montgomery's beloved was the selected friend of Miss Ashburn, I then knew they might be paired, but never mated. To rival him with one woman, methought, could be little injury, when in her absence 20 others equally could charm. After Miss Valmont had irrevocably given herself to Clement, I resolved to travel, for to the Antipodes would I have journeyed, rather than met Montgomery. Yet I tutored my heart into the supposition that I still had a friendship for him, that Sibella had injured me, and was now not a jot beyond my friend or my friend's wife. Dwelling on the delusion, it insensibly produced a desire, when Clement went to London, of returning to my hermitage, to her park, in order to behold her with firm composure, with almost indifference. Self-devoted victim that I am. I can do her service, said I to myself, and I can prevent her suspecting aught of the former intruder. Wishes she must have, something to alleviate the tedious uniformity of her existence, and numberless plans to gratify and amuse her, without my having any apparent concern therein, I quickly resolved upon. You recollect, madam, perchance with disdain, my abrupt departure from Bath. Farmer Richardson rejoiced to see me. John Tomas was yet brimful of Miss Valmont and the ghost. When these industrious labourers of the day retired to early rest, I betook myself to the now bleak and desolate hermitage. No sooner had I deposited my lantern and little basket, than I left my cell intending to revisit, not with rapture but regret, her selected paths. It was, I think, one of the finest nights I ever beheld, and I must have wanted that fervour of soul which gave birth to my love, had I not been enchanted with the scene. The resplendent moon, now at the summit of a growth, silvered the wide spreading branches of Sibella's oak, the fairest tree of the forest. Her steady beam glittered over one half the tomb. The bending bough of a cypress on the other half shed a regular darkness. The rock cast its pointed shadow up the pathway. Light and shade no longer blended but were abruptly contrasted. No cloud glided into motion, no zephyr into sound. On the broken-down porch I leaned. Imagination was alive. I will not conceal aught from you, Miss Ashburn. An excess of tenderness even produced tears. And why need I be ashamed of that emotion? It is not a property of guilt, and while I wept, I made a vow at the shrine of reason to abandon my mad enterprise, to quit for ever and ever the seductive rock. Alas, reason and resolution were instantaneously torn from me, by the sweetest sound that ever stole on the listening ear of night. You know the rest. Enraptured, I listened to her effusions. Unobserved was her shadow, scrawled with my pencil that inconsistent address, sighed to a sigh, and was more delirious than ever. Prudent, cool, and considerate, she came no more. I enticed her fawn into the utmost degree of fondness, and when Nina returned to my cell from the caresses of Sibella, she brought me a pleasure which the universe to me cannot equal. It must require all your faith, madam, to believe that I lived thus without the shadow of a motive beyond sometimes seeing and sometimes hearing her. In the strictest sincerity I assure you I had no other. Although I loved her to dotage, although I feel an internal testimony that I cannot live without her, yet was she, and is to this moment, more effectually banished from my wishes by her contract with Montgomery, than she could have been by age, disease, or any possible deformity, circumstance, or accident might inflict. The sweetly soothing promise of speedy dissolution produced temporary vigour. It enabled me to quit that vague and idle mode of life, unsatisfactory to myself and cruel to Sibella, to brave the censures of Montgomery, to ask your pity, and finally determined me to retire to a romantic and fit retreat for sorrow I once saw on the banks of the Danube. One absurdity more, and I have done. By the little fawn I sent my farewell to your friend, and waited only for darkness to revisit Farmer Richardson's. Night came, and with it rain, and such an impervious mist, that I could not see my hand when I stretched it out, nor was I so lost to common prudence as not to foresee the danger of attempting my descent under such circumstance. Morning might afford me opportunity. The sword I brought from Valmont's armoury still lay on the floor of my cell, and a temptation arose of bearing it back to its original station, to be a last time under the same roof with Sibella, to offer a farewell prayer as near her as I dared approach. Things so apparently unsatisfactory of themselves as these acquire an infinity of importance when the heart is assured they never, never can be reacted. The hour of night made me bold. I ventured beyond the armoury. I even intended seeking the room you once spoke of, and stealing from it her portrait. My beard and gown gave me the privilege of spirits. I thought to walk undisturbed, but hardly had I trodden 10 paces beyond the armoury door, when I met 3 men, and, What was still worse, considering the imagined security of my disguise, one of them pursued me. Apprehension gave me wings. I flew back, and had secured the panel before he entered the armoury, then regained my cell with all possible expedition. This accident prevented my quitting the park by daylight, lest I should be watched. On the next morning, when Nina came panting down to my cell, I heard a voice calling her back, to which every nerve vibrated throughout my frame. I went up into the chapel. Sibella was there. I was shocked to see her pale and wan. She heard me with patience, she looked on me with pity. Above all, she gave me very good advice. In the dusk of that evening I left Valmont Park. As eager now to quit this place as I had formerly been to seek it, I would not even allow myself to rest one night at the farm. But, although the evening was dark and chilling, I mounted my horse and bade Richardson farewell. My strength failed me, my head became dizzy, and the bridle frequently dropped from my hand. When I reached the first village on my road, I stopped at an inn and ordered a chaise to be got ready for me. They showed me into a room where 3 or 4 other persons were seated at a table drinking. I drew a chair close to the fire and turned my face from them. For a minute after my entrance they remained silent, but observing, I imagine, that I did not appear disposed to give them any attention, they resumed their conversation, and little should I have known of their subject had not the name of Miss Valmont struck upon my ear. I turned round involuntarily, and found the speaker was a dark young man, smartly dressed. He was evidently in a state of intoxication, and his auditors, not more sober than himself, were the landlord of the inn and 2 countrymen. "If I was to tell you all I know about it," said the man, "you would stare sure enough, and it is all true as the gospel, it is. My friend, the nobleman I told you of, knows all the business as well as I do. Ay, and he'll marry her too. Such a devilish fine girl deserves a lord for her husband." The speech, interlarded with many oaths, had also frequent interruptions from the effects of his inebriety, so that my chaise was announced just as he spoke the last word. I sat still, and called for wine. They again recollected the presence of the stranger. Another silence ensued, and, while I lingered over my wine, the young man and 1 other of the company dropped asleep. My interest in that name would not suffer me to depart. I grew restless and uneasy. I shifted my chair, stirred the fire, and in so doing doubtless roused the sleeper, for he started up and vociferated a great oath. "Not see it," added he. "Why, I saw it myself, with my own eyes, the Lord defend us. No wonder, no wonder. I wouldn't sleep in old Valmont's skin to have 20 fine castles. To cheat his own brother's daughter out of such a fine fortune, 'tis enough to make the ghosts of all her grandfathers walk out of their graves. 40,000 is the least penny. Well, well," said he, rising, "I shall see the day yet when a certain lord that I know will have her, and her 50,000 too. Come, landlord, here's a safe deliverance to Miss Valmont and her money, out of the claws of her old griping uncle." Having swallowed his bumper, he staggered out of the room, and the landlord was instantly summoned to assist him to bed. From one of the remaining guests I learned that this man had lately come from London, but his name was unknown to them. Finding my intelligence at an end, I stepped into my chaise and proceeded towards Barlowe Hall. During my journey I often, almost indeed perpetually, thought of the conversation I had heard in the inn, and when I had arrived at Barlowe Hall, and sat in the same apartment where I first heard you speak of Sibella, I also recollected that Colonel Ridson, who had been in habits of intimacy with her father, expressed both doubt and surprise when you said Miss Valmont was dependent on her uncle. This recollection added new force to the assertions of the young man in the village. I became persuaded that some injury was intended to Miss Valmont, and resolved if possible to develop the mystery. I journeyed back again to the village, where my suspicions had first been excited. The young man had departed the day before, and no one could tell me of his route. I now determined to put it in Sibella's own power to demand an explanation of her uncle. Again, but without my hermit's disguise, I crossed the moat and ascended the rock. When I approached her in the wood, she looked on me sorrowfully, but Miss Ashburn, there was no welcome in her eye. I had neither power nor inclination to hold her long in conversation. I briefly related to her my suspicions, and as I told you before, she bade me wait her return in the cell. She returned no more. Have I then seen her for the last time? I sicken. Never to behold her. Oh, for a potion, powerful in its nature, rapid in its effect, that would overwhelm these dregs of existence, giving me but time to know the relief of dying when life has become hateful. In continuation, the carriage, in which I instantly return to Barlowe Hall, stands waiting before my window. I do not fly through fear, but if Mr. Valmont knows my secret visits, and punishes her for my faults, he may release her when I am gone. Write to me, I beseech you, Miss Ashburn, and say why Sibella suffers. She is a prisoner, madam. She has quarrelled with her uncle. It is said he struck her. Heaven forbid! It is said she attempted suicide. But she will tell you all, and for pity's sake relieve my suspense, though you cannot quell my anxiety. Respectfully yours, A. MURDEN. Postscript. My authority is derived from John Tomas. He was not, nor is any person but the family, suffered to cross the drawbridge. All the servants have been interrogated, and some discharged, for the supposed admission of a stranger. Sibella is not allowed to quit her apartment. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Secresy or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy or the Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 7 from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. To the last hour I have lingered here, sometimes in hope, sometimes in fear, still bold in plan, but irresolute in attempt. And now, when the sun of my success begins to beam upon me, now must I come to London to sign deeds to my shame, and to pay money for my folly. Yet, Walter, though I must come to London, hither I mean to return again, for, as I told you before, the sun of my success begins to shine. Know, dear knight, that things are all en train. We are in great alarm, great inquietude, and considerable trepidation. But as you may not be perfectly able of yourself to reconcile these assertions, be patient while I lend you my assistance. Yesterday, being about to quit the country to-day, I thought proper to pay a visit of duty to my uncle elect. My footman rode up, and sounded the bell of approach. Roar, said the shaggy Cerberus on the other side of the moat, while the leaden-headed porter, crawling out of his den, bawled out for our business. My Lord Filmar to visit Mr. Valmont, answered George. The porter walked away. Damn the fellow, said I, he has not let down the bridge. No, my lord, replied George, and then I swore again. In a quarter of an hour, or something less, the porter came back. Mr. Valmont's compliments to Lord Filmar, and he is engaged. Now, Walter, as you dote on discoveries, tell me what does your algebraic head make out of this? That he? No, indeed, Walter, then he? Nor that neither, Walter. Now I discovered it in an instant. Keen-eyed, cool, and penetrating, I saw at once that Mr. Valmont did not choose to see me. Ay, but why? That's quite another matter. Lord Filmar, said my father, you are the most impertinent, prevaricating puppy I ever knew in my life. My lord, replied I, bowing modestly, I am told I have the honour greatly to resemble your lordship. Sir, this is all going from the point, sir. Did you ever, beating time on one hand with a letter he held in the other, directly or indirectly talk to any one about Miss Valmont? Yes, sir. You did, sir. Fierce attitude. And pray, what did you say? I said, my lord, that Miss Valmont was a young lady. Mighty well, Lord Filmar, 'tis mighty well. Go on, sir. Ridicule your father for all his acts of kindness to you. Ridicule, my lord, is out of the question. But indeed I never shall be serious without knowing why and your interrogatories of the last half hour are so vague I cannot understand them. You ask me if I did ever talk of Miss Valmont. As a young man naturally talks of a young woman, so may I have talked of Miss Valmont. The other day, for instance, I was riding with Miss Monckton. I should like of all things, said she, to see the wild girl of the castle. Twice I have visited there with my mother, but Valmont won't suffer her to be introduced. The Earl, replied I, declares she is handsome, and I too should be charmed to see her. Perhaps, my lord, I may have made a score such speeches, and if they are anything to the purpose, I will endeavour to recollect them in form and circumstance. Let me see. Last Friday se'nnight. Pshaw! cried the Earl, they are nothing to my purpose. Why then, will you be pleased, my lord, to tell me what is? A pause succeeded, during which he appeared to seek instruction from the contents of the letter in his hand. If there is anything in that letter, my lord, said I, stretching out my hand to receive it, which relates to me, suffer me to read it. Then I can answer straightforward to the charge. It was not enough simply to refuse Walter. The Earl crammed the letter into his pocket. Hem, said the Earl. Before we came to Sir Gilbert's, I remember, Lord Filmar, you thought fit to wind and pry into the state of Miss Valmont's fortune. Now, if you took upon you to assert anything to any one from that conversation, remember you told a falsehood, sir, an absolute falsehood. She has no fortune whatever. Sir, not a penny. No fortune whatever, sir, not a penny, repeated I, slowly, and fixing my eyes on him. He had the grace almost to blush. Be that as it may, I never told any falsehoods in consequence of that conversation. My lord, I might have said, if I had thought proper, that you deemed 5,000 or 6,000 pounds a year a suitable portion for me, and meant to propose me to Miss Valmont. Oh, sir, if you mean to put your own construction on every unguarded, disjointed expression a man drops in conversation, you may make something out of nothing at any time. True, sir, the discourse was disjointed and unguarded enough, but the design was, I believe, perfectly regular. I am sorry, truly sorry, the plan failed. Has your lordship any further commands for me? Said I, rising. You are piqued, my lord, replied my father, drawing the letter out of his pocket. I have cause enough to be irritated, I am sure. My character as a gentleman is at stake. Mr. Valmont here makes charges against me which I don't quite understand. I held out my hand again for the letter, and he again drew it away. Nay, my lord, said I, but perhaps you would rather read it to me. The best information and advice in my power is altogether at your lordship's devotion, and if it is secrecy you require, I am dumb as the grave. The Earl looked somewhat doubtful. At length he suffered me to take the letter. Now, Walter, read this letter with attention. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 7. To the Earl of Elsings. My lord, as I took you to be a man of honour, I fully relied on your word, and never for an instant supposed you could depart from the strict performance of the promise you gave with so much readiness and solemnity of concealing from all the world the real situation of Miss Valmont's circumstances, till the time when I, her uncle guardian, and her only surviving relation, should no longer deem such a concealment necessary. You knew, my lord, I could have no sinister design in teaching Miss Valmont to believe herself dependent upon me. My well-known integrity forbids the possibility of such a surmise, And, my lord, at once, in compliance alone with my own opinion of its propriety, did I resign to you the entire care of her estate, reserving to myself the guardianship of her person and the direction of her education, to which cares the brother of her father had the most undoubted claim. To the period when Miss Valmont should have attained the age of 20, I limited your secrecy, my lord, and this adds another proof, if another could be necessary, to the goodness of my intentions. By her father's will, she becomes independent of her guardians at 21. At 20, I intended that herself and her possessions should be given to the husband for whom I have purposely educated her, and from whom, for the security of their future happiness, I would carefully have hidden the knowledge of her fortune till that period. My precautions were taken with such order and contrivance that I have reason to believe it has not even been suspected by any creature that Miss Valmont is an heiress. Do not slumber, dear Walter. Read that line again. Miss Valmont is an heiress. Yet now, my lord, my niece herself is apprised of it, and has with more zeal than either judgment or duty demanded an explanation of my motives for treating her as my dependent. It is you only who can have conveyed this intelligence to her, you, my lord, who, I am sorry to say, since you formed the design of uniting Miss Valmont to your son, have forgotten honour and integrity. I believe your son has found entrance into my castle by means a gentleman should scorn to use, but neither in his own nor in his feigned name shall he gain another admission. My vigilance is awakened, and in his behalf it shall not slumber a second time. My lord, I have returned the accounts you sent for my inspection, together with the necessary acquittals, and I request we may not meet any more, as the business, till Miss Valmont is of age, may be transacted by any agent you choose to appoint. I remain, my lord, henceforth a stranger to you and yours, George Valmont. End of section 42. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 43 of Secrecy or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secrecy or the Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 7, continued. Is there not, said I, and in truth, Walter, I did not very well know what to say, so dizzy had I become in reading Mr. Valmont's incontrovertible acknowledgment of his niece's fortune, together with the unlooked-for charge against me of having stolen into his castle. Is there not, said I, something like a challenge implied here, my lord? No, indeed, replied my father with sufficient eagerness. Don't you see he desires we may not meet again? But I am rather in doubt, Filmar, whether we ought or ought not to send Mr. Valmont a challenge. So am I, my lord, but if you will allow me an hour to consider the case, I will settle it if possible. Do, said the Earl. But what can he mean about you and the castle? No one, sir, but himself can decide that matter, I believe. The problem I had now to solve consisted, Walter, of 3 parts. First, how Miss Valmont could have arrived at the knowledge of her fortune. Secondly, how Mr. Valmont could know I had been in the castle. Lastly, and of most importance, whether all circumstances duly considered, it would be proper that I or my father should challenge Mr. Valmont. My researches on the first part of my problem showed me that it is highly probable I shall never know how Miss Valmont came by her information till she herself shall be in my power to tell me, and further, that her knowledge of the affair will greatly tend to forward my projects, for no longer a dependent but a prisoner, she will be rejoiced to free herself at any hazard from her uncle's galling tyranny. Do you not perceive, Walter, how much my prospects are amended by this disaster? On the second part, I discovered that Mr. Valmont can have but an obscure and imperfect idea of my being in the castle from his mention of a feigned name. I bore no name at all. Certainly my agents would not betray me, and Valmont must have spoken at random as to the means. Out of the foregone conclusions arises the answer to the third part of my problems. It would be highly improper for either me or my father to challenge Mr. Valmont. What a blessing it is, Sir Knight, to find sympathy in our griefs! From the moment my father confided to me this important business, he seemed to have forgotten its nature, and my apparent concern therein. He was lighter than gossamer, and valiant too, talked big and bluff about honour and satisfaction, and could but just be prevailed on by my entreaties only to write the following pacific answer, in which, were he not a gentleman, the Earl of Elsings, and my honoured father, you or I might be bold enough to say, he tells a falsehood, an absolute falsehood. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 7. To George Valmont, Esquire. Sir, the charge you are pleased to make against me reflects infinitely more disgrace on yourself by its injustice than on me. Such an imputation deserves nothing but scorn. Yet I will answer it so far as to say that neither my son nor any person breathing has received from me the smallest intimation of Miss Valmont's fortune. My son never was in Valmont Castle under any other name than that of Lord FILMAR, where his behaviour kept pace with the dignity of his name, which will never suffer him to intrude himself or his alliance where it will not be rather courted than accepted. I am quite as desirous as you, sir, can be of dropping the acquaintance, and till the time you mention I shall, as I have ever done, sacredly guard my trust. Wishing you may do the same, I remain, sir, your humble servant, Elsings. End of section.
Section 45 of Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or the Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 7, continued. Didst thou never, dear Walter, see two curs pop unexpectedly on one another within a yard and a half of a bone? Rar, says one, softly setting down his lifted forefoot. Rar, replies t'other, and each clapping his cowardly tail between his legs, slinks backward a little way, then ventures to turn round, and scampers off like a hero. If thou hast wit to find the moral, thou mayest also apply it. As for me, having reached the top round of my information, I beg leave to resign you to your cogitations, and am as I am. FILMAR. P.S. She is a girl of spirit, and on my soul 'tis infamous she should be thus treated. Had the Earl a grain of kindness, he would rescue her, but no, he asserts he cannot possibly think of interfering. In 2 years she will be of age, and then if she should demand his protection, it will be a different matter. Ah, but I won't say what. You are to know, Bowyer, that Griffiths has accidentally met his dear friend the butler. It was she herself spoke to her uncle of having seen a stranger, and what she further told him, which the butler does not know, irritated him to strike her. Instantly she rushed from his presence into the park, but finding herself pursued, changed her direction, which was toward her favourite wood, and flew to the other side of the park, where the wall not being very perfect, she climbed it rapidly, and in sight of her pursuers threw herself headlong into the moat. She was taken up unhurt, and is locked within her own apartments. Either from disappointment, terror, or real indisposition, she confines herself to her bed, and preserves a perfect silence whenever Andrew or her female domestic approaches. Mr. Valmont has not seen her since. The prevaricating confusion of some of the servants made Mr. Valmont suspect them of being bribed to admit a stranger, but the butler being quite positive no one living soul more than he knows of has been within the walls, he and others think Miss Valmont has seen the spirit again, and is disordered in her intellects. I am completely puzzled. That hermit. Miss Monckton has seen Montgomery, and calls him a fine elegant fellow, who makes love to every pretty woman he meets. If that's his forte, he would scarcely be content to creep like a snail out of his shell for a few stolen moments at midnight. But what has set me to doubt and conjecture is, that Griffiths has heard of a very handsome man who lodges at a farm hard by, and wanders about the country night and day. The people say it is a pity such a sweet gentleman should go mad for love. Yet is it possible any one should know so well how to enter and escape but those who had lived in the secrets of the castle? Pshaw! In 10 hours after you receive this letter, I hope to sup in your new lodgings. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 8. From George Valmont to Clement Montgomery. What does this mean, Clement Montgomery? Sibella talks of a marriage with you. Have you dared, sir, to form a marriage without my concurrence? I should dispute the possibility, but I find from the avarice and ignorance of the wretches in my household people have been admitted for one purpose, and perhaps others may have been admitted for another purpose. I command you instantly to tell me how far you have proceeded, sir, against the obedience due to G. Valmont. End of section 46. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 47 of Secrecy or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy or the Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 9. From Clement Montgomery to George Valmont. Dear Sir, an attempt would be vain to express my astonishment at the contents of your last favour, or my concern at your supposing me guilty of so flagrant a commission of ingratitude to him who has been my more than father. Miss Valmont's mode of expression is strong and vehement. She may call the early union of our affections a marriage, for I know of none other. No, sir, however my wishes might urge me forward, however painful the struggle might be, and was betwixt my love of her and my duty to you, I sacrificed my hopes in my obedience. I flatter myself you will rely on this assurance, and consider the assertions of your lovely niece as romantic as they really are. My time, sir, had not probably been spent to as much advantage as it might have been, but I dare venture to pronounce it not totally thrown away. It is true I have not yet attached myself to any particular profession, although you may expect I should tell you of my progress therein, but without a guide or director I feared rashly to engage lest I should afterwards discover my abilities unfitted to the part I had chosen. A general knowledge of the nature and professors of each, previously gained according to your advice, I deemed might hereafter save me the time at present expended. Thus have I been employed, sir, and thus I plead my excuse for not having written to you sooner. May I not presume to expect a continuance of your favours whilst I continue to deserve them? I beg my dutiful respects to Mrs. Valmont, and as my sister, I hope I may offer my best wishes to Sibella. To you, sir, I shall ever remain the most grateful and respectful of your servants, Clement Montgomery. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 10. From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden. Yes, rash and inconsiderate young men, I do accept your confidence, your offered friendship. But remember, I cannot profess myself the friend of anyone to gloss over follies or vices. A friend not blindly partial, but active to amend you, is the friend you must at once receive, or at once reject in me. I have heard myself called pedantic, inflexible, opinionated. I have been told by some gentler people that I am severe, misjudging, giving to those little foibles almost inseparable from human nature the name of vice. And this may be true. For you call yourself a foolish man, I call you vicious. Nay, start not, Murden, but lay your hand on your heart and tell me if you have well employed your time and talents, if you have done service to humankind, or if you have not in fraud and secrecy bubbled away your happiness, and if it is the part of a virtuous man to sigh with black misanthropy in solitude a few passive years, and then lie down in the grave unblessing and unblessed. Yet I do pity you, for I have neither a hard nor a cold heart, nor a heart that dare receive a sensation it will not for your example dare to acknowledge. Yes, I confess I have loved you. Yet because I could not possess myself of the strong holes in your heart, shall I sink down and die? No, no. I bade the vague hope begone. I refused to be the worst of slaves, the slave of self. And now, my friend, more worthy than ever of your friendship, I am ready to do anything in your behalf that reason can approve. That service is to gain Sibella for you. Again you retreat. Your false delicacy and false refinement fly to guard you with their sevenfold shield from the attack. But hear me, Murden, I would not unite you as you are to the Sibella Valmont, whom you have loved with all the fervour the most impassioned language can describe, the erring Sibella, while she sees neither spot nor stain in him with whom she has pledged herself in union. No. I would first subdue the fermentation of your senses, teach you to esteem Sibella's worth, pity her errors, and love her with infinite sincerity, but not so as to absorb your active virtues, to transform you from a man into a baby. You are but two beings in the great brotherhood of mankind, and what right have you to separate your benevolence from your fellow creatures and make a world between you, when you cannot separate your wants also? You must be dependent for your blessings on the great mass of mankind, as they in part also depend on you. When you can thus love, I would unite you to Sibella, who in turn shall be roused from the present mistaken zeal of her affections. Her soul will renounce the union her mistakes have formed, when she knows Clement as unworthy of her as he really is. From a struggle perhaps worse than death, she will rise dignified into superior happiness, claim you as her friend, her monitor, her guide, and devote her life, her love, to your virtues. Oh yes, I know it well. Your imagination teems with the rhapsodies of passion. I hear your high-wrought declamation, the dictates of a fevered fancy. I do pity you, Murden, from my soul, and if I did not believe you able to overcome all the misery you deplore, I should not pity you at all. I can scarcely picture to myself a life more negative, less energetic, notwithstanding your fervour, than that you would have led with Sibella, had fortune placed you in the situation Clement stood with her. Do not let your burning brain consume you at the supposition, for, highly gifted as you both are, mind cannot always feel in that extreme. The tight-drawn wire must either snap or slacken. Too happy, banished in rapture, age would have come upon you without preparation for its arrival, without proper nourishment for its abode. In vain you then turn to each other for consolation. The spell that guarded you from every intruding care is broken, and you have lessons, wearisome tasks to learn, which would only have been pleasant relaxations intermixed with the abounding delights of youth. You are both at present the victims of erroneous educations, but your artificial refinements being so admirably checked in their growth, now I know not two people upon earth so calculated, so fitted for each other as Murden and Sibella. My resolution invigorates with the prospect. Be ye but what ye may, and the first vaunted pair of paradise were not more happy. I perceive not only the value of the work I undertake, but the labour also, nor am I deterred by the firmness wherewith you hold your resolutions, not by the tedious, scarcely perceptible degrees with which I must sap the foundation of Sibella's error. Ah, Murden, I suspect, had she possessed equal advantages with yourself, she would have soared far beyond what you are as yet. By her last letter I find she discovers a deficiency in Clement's conduct, which she struggles to hide from her own penetration. He is my best auxiliary. I once taught him only a negative character, drawn this way or that by a thread. Now I see he has an incessant restlessness after pomp and pleasure, which nothing can subdue, and to which everything must yield. Sibella in her turn. Indeed, half her hold at least is gone already. If he speaks of her now to me, she is not as before. He is adored, an angel, superior to everything in heaven or on earth, but one lady has an eye almost as intelligent as Sibella's, another, a bloom of complexion scarcely less exquisite, and a third, in form in graces moves a counterpart goddess. As you say, there is a vehemency and energy in his expressions, that, in the general apprehension, clothe him with attributes which never did and never can belong to him. It is but very rarely that I partake of his effusions, for I am not to his taste. My mother is his confidante, and she is quite fascinated with the descriptions of his love. When he was first introduced to us, I thought it necessary, for a reason you perhaps divine, to mention the mutual attachment subsisting between Clement and Sibella. Mrs. Ashburn declared she would take his constancy under her protection. Yes, she would guard him from folly and temptation. Alas, Murden, I am sick of the scenes that surround me. Formerly we were moderate and retired to what we are now. Our house is the palace of luxury. Every varying effort of novelty is exerted to fill the vacant mind with pleasure. Useless are my remonstrances. Eastern magnificence and Eastern voluptuousness here hold their court, and my mother, borrowing from her splendour every other pretension to charm, plunges deeper and deeper in the vortex of vanity. Fain would I leave it all, but I dare not proscribe my little power of doing good. Come then, my friends, you who have already taken your station in my heart. Murden and Sibella, live for each other. Live that I may sometimes quit the drudgery of dissipation to participate of happiness with you. If it really was Mr. Valmont's design, which I very much doubt, to give Clement up to a profession, nothing could be more unfortunate than his introduction here, where, with his natural inclination to do the same, he sees wealth lavished without check or restraint. So highly does he stand in my mother's opinion for taste, and so animated are his bursts of applause, that no overstrained variety is received or rejected without his sanction. To be the confidant of a heart is a novelty with Mrs. Ashburn, who has had little concern in affairs of the heart, and perhaps to preserve him from sacrificing in her presence to the vanity of others may be her motive for encouraging him to speak of his passion for Sibella. I have watched him narrowly, and if he has any lurking wishes here, I am persuaded they fix on Mademoiselle Laundy. I believe you never saw this companion of Mrs. Ashburn. She, or I greatly mistake, has of all persons I know most command over herself. I had almost forgotten to tell you that Clement read me a few concluding lines of your last letter to him. What a decided melancholy have you displayed therein! No, my dear friend, you must not, shall not die. Clement was considerably affected by the representation of your feelings, yet he said you had used him ill in the foregoing part, and he believed he should never write to you again. I find he has no suspicions of you, and I leave you to tell him at your own time and in your own way. Still, I say nothing of Sibella's present distress, you cry. I have had no information of it, except from yourself. I have written again to Sibella, and look for an answer daily with respect to her fortune. I think it probable that she should be her father's heir, but of that we can judge better when we hear what her uncle says to the charge. Alas, I know Mr. Valmont is vindicative, proud, and impatient of contradiction. She, resolute, daring to do aught she dare approve. He might strike her. As to suicide, I know her better. It would be as remote from her thoughts, under any suffering, as light from darkness. Oh, Murden, she is indeed a glorious girl. Mr. Valmont promised me an unrestrained correspondence with Sibella, and, while he is satisfied in the exercise of his own power over her person, he will as usual suffer her to communicate to me the crowd of welcome and unwelcome strangers passing to and fro in her mind. I need scarcely assure you that, whatever intelligence I receive, you shall share the communication. Remain at Barlowe Hall, for, though your uncle is very desirous that you should come to London, I am certain, in your present frame of mind, you would find yourself still more removed from ease in the society which Sir Thomas would provide for you than in solitude. I should be sorry to depend for my happiness on that heart which could invite pleasure and gaiety to quell those griefs it could not banish by reason and reflection. Nor have I, Murden, so supreme an idea of your prudence as not to foresee the birth of a new folly, should Montgomery and you meet each other. Farewell, and may the blessing you bestowed on me rest also with yourself. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 11. From Lord FILMAR to JANETTA, LAUNDY. In apartments opposite to Sir Walter Boyer's there lives an Adonis, a Paris rather, to whose wishes Venus sends a beauteous Helen. Janetta, thou understandest me, a chair, twilight. As tradition tells us that the famed city was burned, and the famed family is, I suppose, extinct, I want to know from what Troy this Paris came, and what Priam was his father. Thine, whilst I had love and money, FILMAR. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Yao. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 12. Answer. My lord, Janetta does not understand you, and yet, in another sense, she understands you but too well. Once I thought you all tenderness and generosity, but now you can both neglect and insult one whose love of you was her undoing. I neither know of Sir Walter Boyer, nor anyone who lives opposite to him, nor can in the least imagine what you would insinuate by twilight and a chair. If your recollection of former fondness does not incline you to treat me with more respect, at least her sad change of situation might preserve from your contempt the unfortunate JANETTA LAUNDY.
End of section 50. Recording by Leanne Yao.
Section 51 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 13, from Lord FILMAR to JANETTA LAUNDY. Undone! No, charmer! Carry that face to the looking-glass, and ask if anything but age or smallpox could undo thee. If thy mirror does not say enough to thy satisfaction, consult Montgomery. Ha! Have I caught thee? It was no stroke of Machiavellian policy, amidst all thy profundity of practice, that the lodging opposite Sir Walter Boyer's should be so suddenly vacated. But, child, I do hold all my former fondness in my mind's eye, and thou art very ungrateful to refuse one little favour to him who has bestowed on thee so many. Can I more evince my respect of thy situation than by refraining to interrupt its harmony by my presence? What but respect, thinkest thou, made me order the horses back to the stable, when I had them ready harnessed, to come and throw myself at thy feet for the little boon of information thou hast refused my letter? I applaud Helen's taste. The Paris of old was a Jew pedlar to the present Paris of so-and-so street. Grace was in all her steps. Need I ask information of my eyes when my throbbing heart could tell me? Oh, yes, I should know my Helen's mien from 1,000. I tell you, his name's Montgomery. Now you must tell me if 'tis Montgomery of Valmont Castle. If it is, you are directly to introduce me to him. Remember, Janetta, in this I am serious. Remember also I am an old acquaintance. Now I hope you understand me. FILMAR. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Yao. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 14. From JANETTA LAUNDY to Lord FILMAR. My lord, I did suppose, on the receipt of your first letter, that you alluded to my calling one evening on Mr. Montgomery, and had I not been withheld by the unwillingness I felt to disclose the secrets of another person, I should certainly then have acknowledged that I paid a visit to Mr. Montgomery. But, my lord, you compel me, notwithstanding my extreme reluctance, to make this confession. At the same time, I must, to prevent your surmises injurious to myself, own to you that I called on Mr. Montgomery the evening you named, by the order of Mrs. Ashburn, whose very particular friend he is. The commission, my lord, respected some business of a private nature. Therefore, you will perceive how necessary it is that you should keep secret your knowledge of this transaction. There is scarce anything which Mrs. Ashburn would not sooner pardon in me than this breach of confidence. With respect to my introducing you, my lord, to Mr. Montgomery, a moment's consideration will convince you of its impropriety. In the unhappy and dependent situation which the misfortunes heaped upon my family have compelled me to seek, it is not the least of its afflicting circumstances that I am obliged to shape all my actions to the will or opinions of those by whom I am surrounded. That I should so suddenly claim an intimacy with a person of Lord Filmar's youth, graces, and accomplishments, might appear suspicious to Mrs. Ashburn. Beside, my lord, how do you suppose I am to conduct myself in your presence? For, although you may have forgotten the time when you could not approach me without trembling, I can neither cease to remember nor cease to feel. It is not possible for me to divine why you should insist so vehemently on my bringing you acquainted with Mr. Montgomery, nor is it easy to decline any request, however hazardous the grant, when it is urged by one who has such claims, although now neglected, as you have, my lord, on me. I have studied in what way, with any probability of safety to myself, I can gratify your wish, and find no other than your renewing your acquaintance with the Duchess de N, who is also at this time in London. Mr. Montgomery visits there frequently. I think, my lord, I need hardly remind you of the caution you ought to use, if by any accident it appears that we are acquainted. Mr. Montgomery was in Paris a short time after you left it. He was, like you, intimate with my father, but he did not gain the devoted heart of the daughter. To wound my reputation now would be barbarity. Were you by any hint or jest to create a surmise in the breast of Mr. Montgomery, it would instantly be conveyed by him to Mrs. Ashburn, and my ruin would be certain. I entreat you will think of this with attention, and you would be well convinced of the attention it demands, could you know how scrupulously observant Mrs. Ashburn is of my conduct. JANETTA LAUNDY.
End of section 52. Recording by Leanne Yao.
Section 53 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 15, from Lord Filmar to JANETTA LAUNDY. Female friendship still so constant. What, if French folks did surmise and say strange things of Janetta Laundy and the Duc de N? The Duchess well understands the value of a certain old proverb, keep my secret and I'll keep yours. Amiable pair, fear me not, Janetta. Filmar will not breathe a whisper that shall disturb thy peace, for he perfectly understands that Montgomery was in Paris after him. Last night I supped with the Duchess. Montgomery was there. No wonder Mrs. Ashburn is observant of your conduct, Janetta, for she glared upon us last night in the fullness of her blaze, and I perceived in half an hour or less that she is tremblingly alive to every species of decorum. Whenever this scrupulous lady again chooses to send her pretty ambassadress on private business to Montgomery, he will still, I doubt not, continue to receive her with all the respect due to her commission. Do not be angry, Janetta, but encourage the dimpling smile that so well becomes you. Montgomery dines with me, and I am with him to have the felicity of basking in the sunshine of bright eyes at Mrs. Ashburn's root this evening. Filmar. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 16. From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden. How strange an animal is man, how prone to fall into habits, and how difficult it is to prescribe bounds to the growth of absurdity. I did not imagine Mr. Valmont would extend his absurdities so much on the sudden, nor do I know how far you will be inclined to follow his example, when I tell you that Sibella is so really a prisoner even my letters are denied access to her. Yesterday I was honoured with a packet from Mr. Valmont containing my 2 last letters to Sibella, one written in answer to hers previous to the receipt of yours, and the other written in consequence of the information you gave me of her confinement. Mr. Valmont, in his way, treats me with unusual respect, and I can only account for it by supposing he was pleased with the freedom I used when at Valmont Castle in speaking to him of his very improper seclusion of Sibella. My letters were returned unopened, and with them the following. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 16. Madam, as long as my niece deserved the indulgence of your correspondence, I, though against the principle upon which I formed her education, continued to allow it. I herewith return your last letters. I would not open them because I believe you to be incapable of abetting Sibella in the atrocity of her conduct, but I shall hold myself justified therein if you send any more letters after you receive this interdiction. Truly sorry am I to say that Miss Valmont proves herself unworthy of the long illustrious line from whom she claims her name, and of whom she is almost the only surviving descendant. Unfortunate that house whose dignity is left to be supported by a female. Whether in solitude or society, I find the female mind still a mere compound of folly and mischief. Greatly do I now regret I ever undertook its guardianship. I have the honour to be, madam, your humble servant, G. Valmont. End of section 55. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 56 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 16, From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden, continued. Mr. Valmont scorns to flatter. Would you have been so candid with respect to the female mind? Though once, perhaps, you enrolled yourself among those who endeavour strictly to check the growth of every seed therein except mischief and folly. My patience exhausts itself when I see men of even tolerable talents aiding to sink lower than the brute in value of the fairest of God's creatures. A horse! Oh, a laborious horse deserves to be canonized in preference to the woman whose sole industry consists in the active destruction of her understanding, who smiles, moves, and speaks as if it were only to prove herself unlike every production of wisdom and nature. The principle which moves this mischief is the error males and females partake concerning softness. Bid them form a woman of an enlightened understanding, and with the learning of a scholar they never fail to associate the manners of a porter. Talk of one who scorns to sink in apprehensions, who would rather protect herself than sacrifice herself, who can stand unpropped in the creation, they expect a giant in step and a monster in form. If reason and coarseness were thus inseparable, it were better to take both than to abandon both. But it is the reverse. Wherever coarseness exists with talent, it is because the talent is contracted. Let it expand, and the dignified grace and softness of active virtue takes its place. More of this hereafter. I wish rather to reason than declaim, and I have at present a heat of feeling that effectually precludes investigation for the ebullitions of resentment. Doubtless you have already exclaimed against my seeming unconcern for Sibella's situation. You who cannot detach yourself a moment from the concerns of your heart, can you forgive such a lapse in another? Of what avail, in our present darkness, to canvass it for an age? I must do something more. Tomorrow morning I set out for Valmont Castle, and if at my desire you keep your station, you may depend on the speediest information from your sincere friend, Caroline Ashburn. End of section 56.
Section 57 of Secrecy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secrecy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 17, from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. A pleasant journey be thine, Walter, but if this sudden trip be meant to evade the consequences of my wrath, it was unnecessary. Truly I forgave you on the spot in consequence of the very ridiculous situation you were in, turning with beseeching looks to me for pardon and stammering contradiction after contradiction to Montgomery, which served only to confirm the suspicions in his mind your foolish audible whisper had occasioned. How guarded have I always been when Montgomery spoke of the Valmonts, and little did I suppose, though I knew your talent, when I urged him to show you the picture, you could forget your caution. Your shrug, your leer, your whisper struck Montgomery dumb, and to my explanation he appeared no less deaf. Yesterday he did not keep his appointment with me. We accidentally met in the evening, where it had been better we had neither been, but he was distant and embarrassed. Scarcely had Griffiths begun the honours of my head this morning than Montgomery was announced, and condescended to amuse himself with Rosetta and Ponto in the drawing-room till the business of my sitting was at an end. "Oh, by heaven!" he cried as I entered the room, "you would at this moment be irresistible. Health, vigour, proportion, and the face of an Apollo. Luckless be ever the youth who shall presume to rival you. I'll give you 10 guineas for Rosetta, Filmar. Will you sell her?" "No, I will not, Montgomery, though you seem so well to understand our mutual value." He drew from his pocket the very miniature in the shagreen case. "Your stumbling block, Walter." "Do me the honour, Filmar, to accept this from me." "Miss Valmont's picture, and of your painting? You are delirious, Montgomery." "Faith, not I, never more rational in my life, as this very action evinces. Exquisitely, divinely charming as she is, who would stand a competition against your person, rank, and happy influence with Mr. Valmont?" "Influence with Mr. Valmont? Inimitable!" cried he. "You overwhelm me with your perfections this morning. How natural that start! Nor do you forget the grace of the attitude, I perceive. It is too late, Filmar. Be candid. We will not quarrel; for as you have so much the start of me in her uncle's approbation, I must resign with a good grace. Can I do more than even yield to my rival that resemblance of her enchanting face? All I ask in return is to oblige me in kind offices with Mr. Valmont. 'Tis a cursed strange business, to be sure; but on my soul Mr. Valmont sent me to town to study. I have no time to spare as yet. Mum, you know, as to my employments, I shall reform ere long." "Send you to London to study? Ha, ha, ha!" "Yes, by heaven he did, to this emporium of delight. A strange being! And so are you; for, Montgomery, if I understand your meaning concerning Mr. and Miss Valmont, may I death, my lord, Sir Walter's strange speech, and your confusion kept me awake 2 hours. Upon my soul, you have seen her, I know you have, and I am sure Mr. Valmont wouldn't suffer any man in the kingdom to look at her, except the one whom he designs for her husband. Everything corroborates the fact. You told me the Earl knew Mr. Valmont, but did you ever hint in the most remote way that you had been in the castle, till Sir Walter's question obliged you to have recourse to that portrait in the drawing-room, to excuse the implication? Ah, FILMAR! A divinity is destined for your arms, whilst I must sigh in secret over the remembrance of past hopes. You won't sigh alone, Montgomery. You don't profess anchorism. There are other divinities. He smiled one of those enchanting smiles which will probably reduce many such divinities into frail mortals, and then he enumerated in the way of exclamation a number of his favourite beauties. No wonder you want to give up Miss Valmont, said I, you that are the favourite of so many. Want to give up Miss Valmont? Lord God, how can you talk so ridiculously, Filmar? Want to give up an angel, with whom it were life to die, to live, from whom is death? Is she not torn from my arms? Am I not interdicted, and another elected? By heavens, my lord, your secrecy was unkind, but this triumph is insulting. And thus, Walter, we passed away the morning, he affirming, I denying. I fairly overshot my mark in leading him to talk so often of Sibella, for he has tacked together such a number of scraps and ends, that, with the aid of his colouring, make proofs as strong as proofs of Holy Writ. Well, and if he does speak of me in this way to Mr. Valmont, the man suspected me before, and all he can now do is to clap another padlock on his caution. There is something unmanly in Montgomery's conduct. With studied vehemence of lamentation, he recanted his many former insinuations of his constant security in Miss Valmont's favour, and unless it was a preconcerted plan between them, which I do not think possible, his voluntary resignation of her picture stamps him a contemptible you-know-what. My fingers had a kind of tremulous impulse towards the picture, yet I positively refused to accept it. A double dose of prudence this morning made some amends for its total absence last evening. 'Tis too true, Walter. I left the club again without a penny. The Earl will not be in town till next week, and till I am in cash I cannot invent or contrive a probable means of saving my friend Montgomery the disgrace of being mistaken. This youth makes a rapid progress in the sciences. He was as completely inducted last night as your humble servant. His tutor, JANETTA LAUNDY, also is most admirably chosen, and if Valmont deems that to be a dupe with a beggared purse and shattered constitution is the antidote against society, Montgomery is going the high road to answer all his wishes. Your hint, dear knight, respecting Mrs. Ashburn was not lost upon me, but though I would not marry for aught but money, I should like to have a wife thrown into the bargain, whom I could love now and then. I acknowledge the widow is as young as any woman, of her years, I ever saw in my life, and in wealth I should be an emperor. But indeed, Walter, I could ruin myself as effectually. I feel I could. I have all the laudable inclinations necessary thereto, with a large fortune as with a moderate one, and then age will come, and gout, and bile, and ill tempers, and no sweet remembrances of smiles, of dimpling cheeks, of melting eyes, to cheer me. Were the widow once turned of 80, the charms of youth and beauty should not tempt me from her. As it is, I could like her daughter better. Ah! But Miss Ashburn's is a searching eye. She would inquire for thy passport of virtue and morality, Filmar. You perceive plainly, don't you, Walter, that I have no alternative but taking Sibella Valmont with her £7,000 per annum. You have now seen her picture. Tell me, is she not unequalled? And may I not sometimes, without any violent effort of self-denial, condescend to toy away an hour or two with, though my own wife, a creature so perfect? Walter, Walter, could I drench in oblivion that youth with the flowing beard, I should be proud to acknowledge how often I dream of this little seducer. As it certainly was not Montgomery, who could it be? And why came he there? This interrogation is constantly served up with my breakfast. It even attends my undressing, and has been not unfrequently my bedfellow. The very quintessence of politeness, however, it never intrudes further than the door of the tavern or gaming house. For the former I now leave it and thee. Thine, Filmar. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 18. From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden. Can you, will you, my dear friend, undertake to rescue Sibella from the tyranny at present exercised over her? If you will, write me instantly 3 lines to London, where I am now returning. From that place I will relate the particulars of my visit to Valmont, which will also include my reasons for this request. Now I only write while I change horses at B. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 19. From Arthur Murden to Caroline Ashburn. Madam, when you bid me live, and live for Sibella, I shut my eyes against the voice of the siren. Name the possibility of my rescuing Sibella, and the light and sun again becomes of value to me. Arthur Murden. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 20. From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden. Inexorable as you would persuade me you are, I still hope to conquer you. Yet it must be a future work. Sibella's release is our present employment, and, though I am not surprised at your readiness to undertake it, I am truly grateful. In this case I know your heart and your benevolence are separated, for, determined as you are to live and die without hope, every step that carries you toward her increases your anguish. The sacrifice is great. I wish you would trust me that in the end it may find a reward. The enclosed letter you must yourself give to Sibella. Mr. Valmont may lock up the doors of his castle, but your cell and panel is not under his dominion. Your hermit's cap and gown secure your own escape. Be sure you do not escape alone. Read the enclosed, and you will find I mean to join you on the road. You will there find also my reason for not being of your party through the subterraneous passage and into the castle. To yourself I leave the conduct of the business. Your brain is fertile in project, and on your faith and delicacy in execution I would rely as on my own soul. When I reached Valmont Park, Mr. Valmont sent an excuse for not admitting me. Message after message flew from the moat to the castle, and I was compelled to stipulate for not seeing anyone but himself, ere the word of command was given for me to pass. He received me with a demeanour cold, formal, and haughty. I assured him that a motive equal to the pleasure I had promised myself of seeing Sibella had induced me to take the journey. I perfectly understand you, madam, said he. But once for all, to save you the trouble of useless discussion, I will not relax an atom of my severity till Miss Valmont has in some measure expiated her fault. What is her fault, sir? Her fault? Repeated he, starting. I perceive, madam, you are a stranger to the cursed business, and may you remain so, for your own, for hers, and her family's sake. Is Clement Montgomery concerned? He bit his lip, arose from his seat, stifled anger contracting his brow. I see he is, said I, and "Madam," said Mr. Valmont sternly, "your understanding should inform you that affairs which concern the honour of a family are only to be canvassed by the individuals immediately belonging to it." "You forget, sir," I replied, "that I am a female, and, according to your creed, cannot possess understanding. It is owing to this deficiency that I am of opinion the honour of a family, as generally understood, is a matter quite opposite to the virtue of a family. In the present case, I think you clasp your honour and turn your virtue and justice out of doors. If, when you use such terms in speaking of Sibella, you allude to her contract with Clement, I acknowledge her in the wrong. To ratify that contract, sir, would be a worse error, for he is undeserving of her. But all that, and the worst of errors she can commit, may ascribe their origin to yourself." "Madam, you are obliging, but you have not yet convinced me I am under any necessity of explaining myself to you. Whatever offences Clement has committed against me, he shall not fail of his proper punishment. Trust me, he shall not." I. "Will you take any refreshment, madam?" Rising. "I regret Mrs. Valmont is too much indisposed to receive you." "Pardon me, our conference must end. You will excuse me, but I cannot suffer you to see Miss Valmont. It is indeed impossible." I declined the refreshment, lamented for Miss Valmont, and objected to putting an end to the conference. And this last produced an altercation too diffuse and passionate to be related minutely. I mentioned Sibella's fortune. He almost started with surprise. He said I could not have heard it from her, for he had refused her permission to write to me. "No," I replied, "I believe my informant was hers." He called some earl a lying scoundrel, and added, after a moment's pause, that now it was useless to keep it longer secret, that Miss Valmont was her father's heiress, since the object of its being concealed was utterly destroyed. He had planned the concealment for her benefit, and carried it into execution only to perfect her happiness. She had indeed a noble fortune, he said, ill bestowed. None of his should go the same way. And as to the pragmatical puppy who took the pains to tell her of it, his scheme, by the disclosure, was effectually annihilated. As you, Murden, have no striking characteristics of the puppy, I took the liberty of asking Mr. Valmont if he knew the person to whom he alluded. "Very well," he replied, "too well. It was the son of Sibella's other guardian who wanted her wealth to amend his poverty." "I believe not," said I. "Madam, I am assured of it. He bribed some of the fools of my family to admit him." "Did they confess the charge?" "Not absolutely, but they prevaricated and talked backwards and forwards in such a way as confirming their guilt." "Talking backwards and forwards, sir," said I, "sometimes proceeds from confusion and awe. I am very much inclined to believe your servants innocent in this affair, Mr. Valmont." "Miss Ashburn is extremely inclined to construe all I say or do in the way that best pleases her. But Sibella herself saw this person and herself gave me the information." "That I know too. And I know what you are going to advance, madam. She might tell you, as she did me, of his feigned name. He called himself some Mr. Murden, a friend of Clement's he persuaded her to believe him to be." "I, sir, have a friend called Murden, and so had Clement Montgomery. Might it not be him?" "No, madam, it might not," replied Mr. Valmont, "for no person but her two guardians ever knew a whisper of Sibella's fortune. I tell you the Earl disclosed it to his son, because he wanted his son to marry her. I refused their offer, and their residence lately in this neighbourhood confirms the rest." "Once more you are mistaken, Mr. Valmont. Hear me out, sir," for his fiery impatience was again blazing forth. "How the secret was first unfolded I know not, but, in the immediate agency of conveying this intelligence to Sibella, the guardian you speak of had no concern whatever. I am much better informed than you perhaps may imagine, Mr. Valmont. You discharged your servants from passion, not from conviction. I pledge myself to prove the truth of my affection, if you will let us make a compromise. Liberate Sibella. Give her to my care 1 month, and I will tell you who the person was, and, for your future security, how he gained admission into your park. Cobwebs to catch eagles. I grant, madam, you are amazingly condescending, but as the days of enchantment are past, I am as well instructed on the latter point as I wish to be. For my future security I am also provided. The suspicious parts of my household are gone, and I think I have secured the fidelity of the rest. Your request concerning Miss Valmont's passing from my care to yours, madam, is not worthy of an answer. Somewhat indignantly I reminded him that an abuse of power might be the forfeiture of power, and that the law, useless as it is for the relief of general oppression, might reach this particular instance. I despise your threats, madam, said Mr. Valmont, as I do your entreaties. The will of the Honourable Honorius Valmont delegated to me the care of her person till the age of 21. Then whoever aspires to the protection of a disgraced, dishonoured woman may claim it. But till then, madam, I swear that in the solitude and confinement of this castle she shall weep for her errors. Depend on it, madam, whilst you favour us with your abode in any part of this country, the rigour of her imprisonment shall be tenfold. And so saying, he rang the bell furiously, and would have departed. Hold, sir, 1 moment, cried I, and then, after a pause, I promised to quit the country instantly if he would suffer me to converse 1/4 of an hour with Mrs. Valmont. Oh, pray show this lady to your mistress's dressing-room, said he, sneeringly to the servant that appeared. It would be well in your wisdom, madam, to make Mrs. Valmont's influence of consequence, before you attempt to gain Mrs. Valmont's influence. Mrs. Valmont, having worn out the variety of fancied indispositions, is now fairly dying of inanity. She was neither surprised at my visit, nor at all interested by that which she herself called the lamentable state of her niece. Mrs. Valmont was attended by her confidential servant, whom I requested to remain in the apartment, for I judged I should from her gain more information than from her lady. And I judged rightly. She was not only willing, but eager, to tell me all she knew. It seems Mr. Valmont has had 2 interviews with his niece. The first was on her leaving you in the ruin, when Mr. Valmont was irritated by her persisting to declare herself married, to strike her. She did throw herself into the moat, but she received no injury. From that time he ordered her to be confined. In the second interview, a painful circumstance relating to Sibella transpired, in consequence of which her uncle abruptly commanded her from his presence. The discovery he had made wounded him almost to madness, and his first transports of rage have subsided into a constant gloomy moroseness. At times he has been seen to weep. The circumstance I speak of has been whispered from one to another throughout the family, and in this way alone travelled to Mrs. Valmont, for mortified pride would choke Mr. Valmont's attempt, were he inclined to give the secret utterance. I can trace the operations of his pride, but I am lost with respect to his tears, for Sibella never possessed any of his affection. My tears flowed without restraint when I learned this distressing circumstance, and heard also that our Sibella droops under her uncle's cruelty. She eats little, sighs deeply, but weeps seldom. 'Twas unnecessary to enjoin silence to her domestics, for she never attempts to speak to them. They frequently hear her talk of some letter, which she holds up between her clasped hands, as she traverses her apartment in extreme agitation, and then she exclaims, "He never, never wrote it." Once a day she is conducted to the terrace, but her wood and all her beloved haunts are forbidden. You, Murden, could not have borne the apathy with which these and other particulars were repeated, nor could Mrs. Valmont with all my reasoning be prevailed on to suppose that she who had been so long governed should now infringe on her obedience, and endeavour to give aid and comfort to her ill-treated niece. I had quitted Mr. Valmont in anger. I quitted Mrs. Valmont in sorrow. As I crossed the square court in front of the building, I stopped and looked up with an eye of tears to Sibella's windows. No pale, melancholy form appeared to my salute. "Does Miss Valmont," said I to the servant attending me, "inhabit the same apartments as formerly?" The man looked round every way, and replied in the affirmative. Scarcely was I reseated in the carriage, when I began to accuse myself as wanting friendship and humanity, when I foolishly promised Mr. Valmont to quit the country. Murden would not have done this, thought I. Then Murden is the fittest person to repair the error, and before I arrived at B, I had resolved to engage you to take her from this proud, this cruel uncle. I have now only to tell you why I hastened on to London, to procure her an asylum. The very term proves to you that Mrs. Ashburn's house is out of the question. If you know Mrs. Beville, the sister of Davenport, you know a very amiable woman, who will open her arms and heart for the reception of Sibella. It is not my design to make either her retreat or the means used in her escape a secret. But if it is possible to prevent Clement Montgomery's seeing her, that I will do. To shield her from Mr. Valmont, we must oppose authority. It was a strange oversight in me not to learn the name of her other guardian. Let me beseech you, my dear friend, to arm yourself with fortitude. If the circumstance to which I allude in a part of this letter betrays its own authenticity to you, I know your heart will be rent with agony. Yet persevere. Ah, I need not say that. In itself it includes every incitement to her relief. Use no speed on my account, for I shall be unknown in that obscure village 7 miles the other side of B, where you must stop for me. Let me know when I may be there, and in waiting for you I can have no other impatience than of being assured you are in safety. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 60. Section 61 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 21. From Caroline Ashburn to Sibella Valmont, enclosed in the preceding. Your Caroline Ashburn, my Sibella, your own Caroline, who loves you with her whole heart, sends Murden to your relief. Need I add a stronger recommendation? Ah, no. Thus commissioned, you will instantly assure yourself he is benevolent, noble, just, and has not one fault in his nature that counteracts the propriety of choosing him for your protector. I have lately been in the castle, Sibella. I have seen your cruel uncle, your insensible aunt, but she for whose sake I encountered them was secluded from my view. I know every particular of your situation. Yes, my love, every particular. There you have endured enough. Come away. Follow the footsteps of your guide. They will conduct you to liberty. Happiness may overtake us by and by. My own hand should lead you to the dreary hermit's cell. My smiles should cheer you, for Murden is not apt now to smile. Yet, believe me, his heart will rejoice in your deliverance, though his eye may talk of nothing but woe. But I dare not come. Your uncle has spied. Were he to find me in the neighbourhood, he would suspect a plan to relieve you, and by some new manoeuvre counteract it. We have but this one means in our power, for your uncle is irreconcilable. When Murden gives you this letter, commit yourself wholly to his direction. He will bring you, my Sibella, with all convenient dispatch to a little village called Croom, 15 miles from your uncle's castle. There your Caroline's arms will receive you, and my affection tells me we shall never again be separated. A short farewell, Sibella. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 22. From George Valmont to Clement Montgomery. Sir, on the very day I received your answer to my last letter, I discovered a circumstance which rendered that answer quite unnecessary, except to prove that you are not only a villain, but a cowardly villain. I should have given to myself the satisfaction of telling you thus much before, but I delayed for 2 reasons. The first, till I had completely vanished every struggling effort of the affection I once had for you, almost the only affection I ever had in my life. And the second, perhaps a very consoling one to you, until I had executed the deed which comes herewith, by which, under certain annexed conditions, you are entitled to the possession of £200 for life. However, you may be obliged by the action. You have but little obligation to the motive. I hate and detest you cordially, but I would not, for my honour's sake, give up to absolute beggary my only son. Yes, sir, my son. Not legitimate, I confess, but natural in the strongest acceptance of the term. I cared not 10 straws for your mother, yet, from your birth, I felt a strange propensity to love you. I schemed and planned for your advantage. For your sake alone, I contrived a project by which all the united wealth of the Valmont house would have been showered on your head. I intended, mark me, sir, I determined you should marry my niece, and take my name, burying the disgrace of your birth in the nobleness of my possessions. And, as I abhorred that a man who bore my name should abandon himself to the love of society, I sent you into the world as poor and adopted, that you might experience its disappointments and know how to value your proper happiness. Amply have you rewarded my extreme love and constant labour. I patiently undergo this statement, because I would have you see exactly where you might have stood, and where you stand now. The conditions of your present independence are that you never come into my presence. If you once intrude by letter or otherwise, I wipe away the allowance and every trace of consideration for you. Also, the instant you form any species of intercourse with Miss Valmont, the deed is cancelled. Even this paltry sum, as it is mine, shall not help to support infamy, ingratitude, and treachery. Make the comparison, sir, between £200 and £18,000 per annum. Ha! Does it gall you? So may it ever. May rest fly from your pillow and contentment from your heart, and men, you will know what I have experienced since I discovered the indelible stain you have fixed on my family. My equally worthless niece perhaps may, when she is her own mistress, be inclined to reward your conduct with her hand. For, if I may judge by her reception of your letter when I gave it her, she is not more the fool of inclination than of credulity. Remember, she never possesses 1 penny of mine. If you really have any friend of the name of MURDEN, pray offer him my very sincere thanks. But for his timely interference, I might have given you a part of your intended inheritance before I discovered your scoundrel-like conduct. In the moment of acknowledging you my son, I renounce you for ever. I cast you from my affection and memory, and should you henceforth think of me, know that you have an inveterate, implacable enemy in your father, G. Valmont. End of section 62. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 63 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 23. From Arthur Murden to Caroline Ashburn. Madam, I date my letter from the farm. Richardson is my confidant. He has a sincere, generous mind. I stood before him confessed in all my folly. He will give me his utmost aid. Do not again call me inexorable, dear Miss Ashburn. I have yielded greatly indeed to you. I consulted a physician at Barlowe Hall. As we are so speedily to meet, it would be useless to conceal from you that, wherever it had its beginning, the disorder is not now confined to my mind. Youth, the physician said, was in my favour. The continent might do me service. He ordered some medicine, regulated my diet, and, when I told him of my leaving the hall immediately, he shook my hand, conviction speaking from his countenance, that it was his last salute to me. A few restorative medicines furnished me with strength to reach the farm. Here my purpose nerves me. But why do you bid me fortify my heart? Oh, my dear madam, it has been long since fortified. From the fatal night when she gave herself to the arms of Clement, my heart became callous, impenetrable to the dart of any new calamity. And sometimes too I smile, Miss Ashburn. It is amazing into what familiar habits of intimacy I and the misery that abides with me have fallen. Fear me not, madam. In this enterprise I've all the determination of will, all the vigour of health. Everything is prepared. Last night, accompanied by Richardson, who from his zealous apprehensions for my safety would not suffer me to go alone, I visited the rock. No interrupters have been there. The cell, the stone, and the passage are still at our devotion. Richardson is too honest to make an improper use of the secret of this ruin. Nay, he was the first to remind me. It would be just when our purpose was effected to give Mr. Valmont its description. Again I repeat, everything is prepared. I only wait for you to inform me of the nearest connection between her apartments and the armoury. A blunder might be fatal. When you have given me this necessary information, quit London to meet us instantly. For the night succeeding the receipt of your letter, Sibella shall bid adieu to her oppressor's dungeon. Direct to Richardson, Stanter Farm, W. A. Murden. Nota bene. You blame, with great justice, the little power I possess of detaching myself from the affairs of my heart. Last time I wrote, it escaped me till my letter was gone, and now I have torn open the seal to tell you that Mademoiselle Laundy is an abandoned woman, Montgomery's mistress in Paris. And, though I have no positive proof, I venture to assert she holds the same station in London. If it suits you to inform Mrs. Ashburn of her companion's principles, on the authority of my name, it is wholly at your service. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 24. From JANETTA Laundy to Clement Montgomery. I ought to reproach you, but, dear and irresistible as you are, your image, Montgomery, banishes everything but sensations of pleasure. What can be the reason of your sudden gloom and distraction? I am sure the loss of your money cannot be all, because you know how easily you may be supplied by Mrs. Ashburn till you have further remittances. Why should you hesitate, when I assure you she would be obliged by your making the demand?
Recollect her own words.
The evening she compelled you to use her pocket-book at the faro table. And, if you will not allow me to urge you on another point, at least be persuaded to spare yourself fruitless anxiety about your losses at play. Still, I fear there is something else. And will you not tell it to JANETTA, to your own JANETTA, who has sacrificed her peace to you? What it is that thus distresses you? Do you remember how you behaved last night? I was terrified to death at your appearance. I asked if you were ill. You struck your hand on your forehead and said you were undone. Is the beauteous Sibella inconstant? Asked Mrs. Ashburn. I shall never forget the manner of your answer. You spoke through your shut teeth. Damnation, madam, she has ruined me. Then, whirling round, you caught my hand and exclaimed, Oh, Laundy, I am indeed undone. How I trembled. I tremble now to think of it. For God's sake, my dear beloved Montgomery, be careful. The hated, the prying Miss Ashburn was by, and if she never suspected us before, I am sure she does now. You went up to Lady Barlowe and asked her fiercely for her nephew. Mr. Murden, sir, said Miss Ashburn, looking at you with such scorn I could have killed her. Mr. Murden, sir, is at present a sort of wandering knight-errant. Some time within a fortnight you will hear certain tidings of him. He may be in London. It seemed as if you came only to ask this question, for you went away soon after, and, though you strove to be gayer, you sighed so deeply I could scarcely contain myself. I wept all night, and now I am writing instead of dressing. How dear to me every employment that has a concern with my charming Montgomery! I know not what excuse I shall make at dinner for my melancholy appearance, but fears for my own safety are swallowed up in my apprehensions for you. Luckily, the Duchess is confined with a cold. I will visit her tonight, and, on my way, call on you. So prepare to confide all your griefs to the sympathizing bosom of your JANETTA. Miss Ashburn, 2 hours ago, received a letter which seemed to give her great pleasure, and, while she was reading it, Lord FILMAR came in. When she had finished the letter, she turned to him. Didn't I hear you speak of someone being ill, my lord? Oh, yes, madam. I was inquiring whether Montgomery came here last night to seek physicians or a nurse. I called on him yesterday morning, and the servant said his master was very bad, dreadfully bad, too bad to be seen. I sent after dinner, and he was worse. I drove to his lodgings, just now, to make my adieus, before I leave town, and still he was so bad I could not be let in. Yet I met Miss Travers, who tells me he was of the party here last evening, a little out of spirits, indeed, but quite as handsome as ever. That he is bad, my lord, replied Miss Ashburn, fixing her eyes on me, I can very well credit, and, ere long, I shall endeavour to point out some persons who have the same infectious disorders. Unless you had seen her look, you can't tell half the meaning this conveyed. After reading her letter again, she told Mrs. Ashburn she was going out of town immediately, and being asked where, she said that could not be explained till her return. Her chaise is ordered, and I am delighted to think she can't interrupt us when she is away. Dear, too dear Montgomery, expect her at 9. Thy ever faithful, JANETTA LAUNDY.
End of section 64. Recording by Leanne Yao.
Section 65 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 25. From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden. The long narrow passage where you met those 3 men you spoke of connects the tower with the south wing. There you will find a flight of stone stairs by which she used to descend to the armory. Those stairs will conduct you into the gallery belonging to Sibella's apartments. Her uncle, fond of magnificence, appropriated to her use solely all the suite of rooms on that floor of the wing. She may be secured by lock and key, but I do not suppose anyone is permitted to sleep near her. Of that you must run the hazard. Do not wonder my lines are uneven, for I actually tremble while I follow you in imagination to that gallery. Were I writing to anyone but yourself, I should bid you blend boldness and caution. You have done it already. Ah, my sweet friend, my Sibella! But I forgot that you are a stranger, my Sibella, to nervous apprehension. The first word of his errand will bless you. No, Murden, mere assertion, though aided by the authority of your name, will not convince Mrs. Ashburn of her companion's profligacy. If I cannot fairly and fully detect her practices, I can never remove her. The affair must rest till my return, and then I will try my utmost. I thank you for your information, and I have this morning given Miss Laundy an information that I understand her. A surprising alteration is displayed in Montgomery. Mr. Valmont, I conclude, has begun his discipline. Explanation is approaching, and do you, my friend, school yourself before you and he meet, and then you will not cease to befriend him, though he may cease to befriend himself. Adieu. Ere this arrives at the farm, I shall be at my station. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 65.
Section 66 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 26. From Clement Montgomery to JANETTA LAUNDY. And is it come to this? You urged the secret from me I would fain have withheld, and now do you also give me up to despair? Oh, Janetta, Janetta, have I deserved it of you? What was there in that cruel letter of Mr. Valmont's which should chill the ardour of love? His anger has blasted all the fair promises of my life, but it could not transform me into age or ugliness. Still am I, though wretched and desperate, thy Montgomery, still adoring thy beauty, panting for thy charms. Forgive me if these reproaches are injurious to your tenderness. If you yet love me, forgive me. Alas, you love me not. You turn from me with an averted eye. You repulse my caresses. You give me up to misery and despair, and the wretched Montgomery dies under your neglect. Farewell, my Janetta. Oh, farewell, farewell then to all the blooming pleasures which I gathered with an eager hand. My sentence is without appeal. Mr. Valmont, that a father should be so cruel, dooms me to poverty and disgrace. Can I exist in poverty? No, by heaven! Shall I languish in a sordid dwelling, with mere food and covering, and sicken over the remembrance of past enjoyments? Shall I live to crawl along with steps enfeebled by misfortune, and view the splendid equipages of those who were once my associates pass me unheeded? No! I cannot endure it. Some way or other I must end it. All the means of making life desirable are denied me. I blush at my unmerited disgrace. I would hide myself from every eye save yours, Janetta, and when the fatal tidings are divulged abroad, I shall surely expire with torture. Yet be once more kind, my charmer. If thou hast no kindness for the unfortunate Montgomery, this once at least affected. Thou hast known misfortune. Have pity on me. Come and listen to my sighs. Let me breathe a sorrowful farewell on thy bosom. I shall not ask this indulgence a second time. I will fly, to bury in solitude this short remnant of a miserable existence. Then come, and once more bid my heart throb with rapturous sensations. Bid me for a moment forget my doom, remembering only what I have been. The blissful moment ended. Farewell, Janetta. Farewell to all. Clement Montgomery. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Secrecy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne. Secrecy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 27. From JANETTA LAUNDY to Clement Montgomery. It is very strange I should express myself so ill as to have my emotions of sorrow and regret mistaken, by you, for coldness and aversion. It is cruel, Montgomery, thus to accuse your Janetta. Could I but describe the anguish I suffered, both on your account and my own, you would pity me. Yes, Montgomery, 'tis I should ask for pity. I, who never till now knew how strong are the ties by which my rival held you. Barbarous as she is, I fear you still love her. She thinks only how she can most effectually work your ruin, while you charge with the neglect and unkindness the faithful Janetta, who is labouring to redress your misfortunes. Montgomery, there is but one way. To talk of dying is absurd. You may feel a temporary languor, the effect of vapour and indigestion, but the bloom and vigour of a constitution like yours is not so easily undermined. Trust me, you will live to a good old age,
Even with the despicable £200 per annum your hard-hearted father bestows on you.
But it is in your power, Montgomery, to live surrounded by riches and splendour, to command the perpetual succession of pleasures which riches and splendour can procure. Remember the proposal I made you one day, half in earnest, half in jest. Think of it, embrace it, and send Mr. Valmont back his paltry annuity, in disdain. You cannot be so blind, so mad, as to reject this only means of your happiness. Renounce it, and I shall believe you reserve yourself for my rival, the faithless and barbarous Sibella. Accept it, and all the delights which Janetta's love can bestow are yours for ever. Why should you hide yourself? That form and face were given for better purposes. Bloom in success and victory, and leave to those who possess not your advantages to mope in dull obscurity. You owe yourself this triumph over the malice of Mr. Valmont, and the cruelty of her who has so wantonly betrayed you to his wrath. Throw off your foibles and your sorrow, and call up those alluring graces of your mien which are so irresistible. Exchange your sighs for smiles, and, aided by the advantage of dress you well know how to choose, come here to dinner. I have contrived that we shall dine alone. Weigh well what I advise and its motives, and then ask yourself, if I deserve to be accused of unkindness, ask yourself what that love must be which can content itself with secret confessions, and can yield its open triumphs to another, in order to secure your advantage. Consider these things with attention, dearest Montgomery, and convince me that you deserve all I am willing to do for you by your instant compliance. I cannot, do not doubt you. Be here by 6. Ever yours, if you wish me to be so. JANETTA LAUNDY.
End of section 67. Recording by Leanne Yao.
Section 68 of Secrecy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 28. From George Valmont to Clement Montgomery. Scoundrel! By means I cannot divine, Sibella has escaped me. I have no doubt you or some of your diabolical agents are concerned in the business. The deed, sir, I have burnt. Your draught of it must help to amuse you. It delights me to think she is not yet 19 and that you are penniless. Beg at my gates if you dare. The worst of indignities are better than your deservings. You seal your union under happy auspices. I give you joy. Would I could give you destruction. George Valmont. End of section 68. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 69 of Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. Secresy or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 29. From Clement Montgomery to George Valmont. Since, sir, you have extended my punishment to the utmost, I can incur no heavier penalty by thus intruding myself before you. I could offer many excuses, sir, for my first fault, but it is now too late. Only I must say your harshness and severity drove us to that measure which, in justice to myself, I must also inform you Miss Valmont proposed, and with which I reluctantly complied. But, sir, your further charge is without foundation. I have neither any concern in, nor any knowledge of Miss Valmont's flight, and, further to prove that I would have obeyed you if I could, I shall refuse to protect her. Indeed, sir, your last letter has driven me immediately to ratify an engagement that precludes the possibility of any further intercourse with Miss Valmont. I remain, sir, your unhappy and repentant son, Clement Montgomery. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 30. From Arthur Murden to Caroline Ashburn. There she is, madam. She walks and sighs, and one little room, a small circumference, contains only Murden and Sibella. When the waiter shut the door and withdrew, I would have given an eye to have detained him. She knows not I am writing to you, for she would have taken the office on herself, and that would not satisfy me. It is a relief, madam, to write, though anything upon earth would be preferable to hearing, seeing her. Miss Ashburn, till I saw her, I did not understand you. Well might you warn me. It will be 3 hours before we reach you. I send this letter by a man and horse, because, in knowing that we are safe, you will have at least half an hour of less anxiety. The place where we are now is only a village, 5 miles out of the road to Valmont. Richardson advised me to make this sweep for fear of a pursuit. He brought us here through crossroads on his own horses. I have sent him back, and the only chaise this little inn maintains is engaged for a 2 hours' airing for some invalid in the village. Have patience, madam. Your friend is safe. Richardson and myself possessed ourselves of the cell at 9:30 last night. Then in our disguises we prowled around the castle till about 11, and heard the locking of doors, and saw in the upper windows light after light die away as their possessors yielded themselves to rest. We would not venture too early. I believe it was past 2 before we left the armoury. All was hushed. The stairs, the gallery, her apartments. I seized Richardson by the arm as he attempted to turn the lock. It seemed profanation. I feared everything. I would have gone back. Richardson forbade me. We entered the antechamber. We crossed two others. The door of a third stood open. In that there was a fire, a candle, and a bed. The curtains were undrawn, and I caught a glimpse of her face. Instantly I drew the door so close as only to admit my hand, holding out your letter. I gasped. "Speak for me," I said to Richardson. "Say, Miss Ashburn." "Rise, dear Miss Valmont," said he. "Miss Ashburn sends you this." I heard a start from the bed. "Who? What?" "Miss Ashburn," repeated Richardson. "Miss Ashburn. It is a letter from Miss Ashburn." She took, or rather snatched, the letter, and, as I withdrew my hand, she shut the door hastily. I heard her utter an exclamation. I could hear her too burst into sobs and bless you. I heard her also name another. At length she asked, without opening the door, if I was indeed Mr. Murden, and if I could take her from the castle. "Oh, yes, yes," said I. "Come away." "Stay," she replied. She was dressed in an instant. She opened the door. She came out to us. "Ah, what is the matter?" cried she, extending her arms as if to save me from falling. "Why were you not more explicit in your letter, Miss Ashburn?" I recoiled from her, from the remembrance of her Clement, and, as I leaned on Richardson's shoulder, I closed my dim eyes, and wished they might never more open upon recollection. "Shame!" whispered Richardson. "You are unmanned." "And so I am, Miss Ashburn. I think, too, I should love revenge. I feel a rankling glow of satisfaction, as she walks past my chair, that I have so placed it I cannot look up and behold her." I recovered strength and courage while my horror remained unabated. She saw I could hear, and she began to pour forth the effusions of her gratitude upon you and us. She knew you had been in the castle. Her cruel uncle had informed her of it. "And then," said she, "I fancied I must die without seeing any one that ever loved me." As she spoke, I turned my eyes from her now haggard and jaundiced face to my own, reflected in the mirror by which I was standing. "Moving corpses," said I to myself, "why encumber ye the fair earth?" "He showed me a letter too," added she. "He said Clement had renounced me. Ah, Mr. Valmont! Deceiving Mr. Valmont!" And she waved her hand gracefully. "Had you known Sibella's heart as she knows Clement's, you—" "Come away," said I. "Have you no other preparation to make, madam?" asked Richardson. "The night is very cold." This reminded her of her cloak. She inquired if she must swim across the moat, and said she was sure she could swim, for she knew why she had failed before. I bade Richardson lead her. I expected to have seen her much more surprised at this strange path through which she had to go. From the armoury to the cell she never spoke. Her mind was overcharged with swelling emotions. At times we were obliged to stand still. She even panted for freer respiration. I heard wheels. I expected our chaise. It is some travellers who have stopped to bait. After we had safely crossed the moat, she alternately grasped our hands in a tumult of joy, named you, named me, but talked on the never-failing theme of her Clement. She rode behind Richardson. I see she is much worse for the journey, yet her burning eye and vehement spirits would persuade me otherwise. She kindly ceased her torturing questions concerning Clement, imagining by my abrupt answers I was too ill to talk. She says you will heal me, for you have healed her. Miss Ashburn, how ardently she loves you! I find you will receive this letter an hour before we come. Won't you thank and praise me? It is written with a shaking hand and throbbing temples. I know it would be difficult to keep Sibella from mounting the same horse, if she were informed of the messenger. When we enter the chaise, I will tell her what I have done. A. Murden. End of section 70. Section 71 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 31. From the same to the same. Why should I have the rage of distraction without the frenzy? Dare they tell me I am a lunatic? She is gone, Miss Ashburn. I have lost your treasure. Some villain, lured by the vestiges of her transcendent beauty, has taken her from me. They have forced me into a bed. The barbarians confine me here. Won't you order me to be released? Oh, sweet Miss Ashburn, won't you tell them I must be released? Now I recollect I wanted to tell you all the particulars. Ha! They fade from me, and I dream again. End of section 71.
Section 72 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 9060, California, USA. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, contained in Letter 31. Madam, I keep the Blue Boar at Hipsley, and the poor unhappy gentleman who wrote the above came to my house with his lady yesterday morning. As long as ever I live, I shan't forget the poor gentleman's ravings, when he discovered that his lady had ran away from him, and he only came to his senses about an hour ago, when he ordered us to send for you, and he wrote till his raving fit returned. And it would melt your heart, madam, to hear how he is bemoaning himself and calling by the kindest names the ungrateful, wicked lady who served him so badly. I saw her jump into the chaise myself, and she went willingly enough, though he won't believe it. My son brings you this, madam, and I hope you will tell us what we must do for the poor gentleman. From your ladyship's humble servant, Mary Holmes. End of section 72.
Section 73 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 32. From Caroline Ashburn to Arthur Murden. Ah, my friend, my beloved Murden, if an interval of memory, happily, now is thine, read these lines which thy friend pens to thee in agony. She follows on the instant. You once demanded my consolations and friendship as a reparation for the mischievous error into which I had led you. Will you receive them now as such, against the manifold mischiefs I have brought upon you? Ah, what had I to do with secret escapes? I who exclaimed from the beginning against Valmont's secrecy, and prophesied its fatal consequences. Must I too conspire to make Sibella the victim of secrecy? Unhappy sufferer! Yet more unhappy Caroline! She debarred the use of her judgment, erred only from mistake. I, alas, have sinned against reason and conviction. Clement, I suspect, has watched our footsteps. I fear he has secured her. Ah, miserable fate! Console yourself, my dearest friend. It will please you to know that, even before I come to you, I am going to send messengers in search of Sibella. And if money and vigilance can bring us tidings of our lost friend, I have the power of employing both. Prepare to receive me with calmness. Already I have the aggravated distress of your and Sibella's feelings to endure. I am pained beyond description. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 33, from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. I can truly say I neither sit, stand, walk, nor lie. That is the complete I, body and soul together. For let the former attempt its mechanical motions as it will, the other in a quite opposite direction is striking, curvetting, capering, twisting, tumbling, and playing more tricks than any fantastical ape in nature. Therefore, dear Walter, you must send me instantly 100 guineas. Yes, really, if you want to quiet my conscience, you must send me 100 guineas. Nothing will quiet my conscience but matrimony. I cannot marry without 100 guineas. Ergo, if you don't send me 100 guineas, and I should die, and be, you know what, the sin will lay at your door, and you will die, and be, you know what, likewise. As I have much consideration for you, my dear Walter, and as I know that people who have very weak heads have sometimes also very weak nerves, I would advise you to lay down my letter, unless you are seated in some safe place. For should your situation be dangerous, and should the surprise I am preparing for you rob you of apprehension, down you drop and leave me in utter despair, lest your executors should refuse me the 100 guineas. Well, are you settled to your satisfaction? Here it comes like a thunderbolt. Miss Valmont is mine, and I am hers. Your 100 guineas will buy a parson and a prayer book, and then the £7,000 a year is mine also. You know, dear Walter, that resolved to obtain the heiress of Valmont Castle, I left London to return to Monkton Hall, with a heart full of promise and a head full of stratagem. Fortune, that dear blind inconstant goddess, who formerly was almost within my grasp, now dashes the projects of others to the ground, to give my wishes their triumph. Some Merlin with more potent spells than mine broke the enchanted castle, bore off the damsel, and directed by fate and fortune brought her on the road to meet me, to the very spot where it was decreed his success should end, that mine might begin, and begun it has. Last night I slept at B, and intended breakfasting with Sir Gilbert Monckton. This morning I ordered the driver to leave the high road and cross the country, by which means I should save 6 miles of the journey. Griffiths had been unwell some days, and he now appeared so cold and so much indisposed, I thought it prudent to give him a breakfast on the road. The postilion, by the luckiest of all chances, drove up to a pretty little whitewashed inn that I shall love dearly for 6 months to come. The landlady, a curtsying civil woman, was mighty sorry she had not a better room to receive my honour in, but her best parlour, she said, was already taken up with a lady and gentleman who had arrived at 7 o'clock in the morning, and she showed me into a little place which had 2 excellent properties, namely perfect cleanliness and a good fire. By this good fire I had sat 5 or perhaps 10 minutes, when Griffiths entered. My lord, said he, and turned back to shut the door. I have seen the strangest sight, my lord. I have seen a gentleman. At that moment a tea kettle was brought into the room, and Griffiths grew downright pettish with the damsel who bore the kettle, because she did not quit the room with sufficient speed. His information, Walter, amounted to thus much, that in the passage he had seen the gentleman who occupied the landlady's best parlour, and that this gentleman, of whom Griffiths had had a very distinct view, certainly was, or Griffiths was much deceived, the very identical sprite who reminded some of us of our devotions in the narrow passage of the West Tower at Valmont Castle. "'Tis impossible," said I. "My lord, 'tis true," said Griffiths. "I should know him among 1,000. I know his eyes and nose as well as I know yours, my lord." This, you will allow, Walter, was but a very vague sort of a supposition to ground any belief upon. For as eyes and noses are the common lot of all mankind, it may happen now and then that 2 or more may be greatly alike. Yet so diligent is hope and imagination, I could not persuade myself these eyes and this nose had any owner but the sprite of the castle. It was Miss Valmont and her hermit, my fancy said. I blessed my stars, I cursed my stars, I wondered how and why they should come hither. Then I remembered that fancy, though sometimes a prophetess, is rarely an oracle, and I thought it might not be Miss Valmont and her hermit. I consulted much with Griffiths, and at length had recourse to the waiter, a dapper, shabby-coated fellow, with a wooden leg. They came, he said, on horseback before 7 o'clock. A man who conducted them did not alight. They were impatient to be gone. They waited for a chaise. They had ordered a breakfast which neither of them had tasted. The lady did not appear, he thought, equipped for travelling. The gentleman was melancholy, and the lady restless and agitated. Miss Valmont, whispered I to myself. They are a fine couple, said the waiter. I asked if he thought they were a married pair. He answered he was sure she must be a married lady. I inquired if the gentleman seemed to be very fond of her. Not at all, replied the waiter. The gentleman sits writing, sir, with his back to her. She walks about the room muttering to herself. When I carried in the breakfast, he leaned his head against the wall and groaned with his eyes shut. It cannot be Miss Valmont and her hermit, thought I. Is the lady handsome? I asked. The waiter thought she was too pale to be very handsome, but he added that in all his born days he never beheld such a head of hair. Of what colour is it? I asked. It was neither black nor brown, nor as red as Jenny's. He thought it was not any colour, but it shone as if gold threads were among it. Miss Valmont, whispered my forward heart. I rose and walked hastily across the room. What did they talk about? Said I. They don't talk at all, sir. The poor gentleman seems very bad, and as I told your honour before, she walks about muttering. When they first came, as I was lighting a fire for them, the lady pulled off her hat just as if she was in a passion, and then she shook her fine waving locks as though she was wondrous proud of them, and she said her head ached with that cumbrance, and she said something more about customs and cumbrances, but I forgot what, your honour. While she talked, the gentleman looked so kind and pretty at her, it did my heart good to see him, but he is either very ill or very whimmy, for immediately while she took off her cloak, he laid his head on the table with his face downward and sighed, as if his heart was breaking. I asked if he had heard her call him by any name, and the waiter replied he had heard her twice name somebody as she walked about the room, but to my great disappointment at that moment his memory had not retained the name. At this part of our conference the parlour bell rang, and the waiter disappeared, not though till I had sealed him mine by a bribe, and given him orders to return instantly. However, Griffiths, who was most zealous on this occasion, thought proper to follow him. Fortunate was it that he did, for my waiter, dull at a hint, had received a letter from the guest in the parlour, which, without consulting my will and pleasure, he was quietly bearing to a courier ready mounted and waiting for it at the inn door. Griffiths, with a careless air, took the letter from his hand. It was addressed, Walter, to Miss Ashburn. I began to stalk, to exclaim, to ejaculate. Go on, Filmar, cried I, and prosper. Henceforward be plot and stratagem sanctified, for Miss Ashburn deigns to plot. Griffiths prudently reminded me that it would be quite as well at present to think of Miss Valmont and leave Miss Ashburn alone till another opportunity. Right, said I. 'Tis folly, 'tis madness, but to think for a moment of such a project, said I, 10 minutes after, and turning myself half round in my chair, throwing one arm across its back and one leg over the other. No, no, I'll have nothing to do with it, and I fell to shaking the uppermost leg furiously. It might be very easily managed, though, said Griffiths, and then your lordship would have nothing to do but to digest Montgomery's bullets and Miss Ashburn's harder words. Oh, that Miss Ashburn can find words to lash like scorpions' stings. Say no more of it, Griffiths. I have given her up. As you please, my lord. I, muttered I to myself, let her go to her, Montgomery. There are men who perhaps are worthy of being loved as himself, and might perhaps be more capable of constancy. There are other women too in the world, thank heaven. Strange, continued I, that Miss Ashburn, with her understanding, and who must know the imbecility of Montgomery's love, could dream of joining in any plot whose object was to bear Miss Valmont to Montgomery. For Walter, I had by this time concluded that the quondam hermit was some righteous go-between of Miss Valmont and her lover, and I felt inclined to be mortally offended with her, because Montgomery had so well concealed from my penetration their mutual intelligence. I shifted to the other side of my seat, and I did not sigh, but I blew my breath from me with much more force than usual. I mused during the greater part of an hour. Your chaise is waiting, my lord, said Griffiths, and as you have quite done with this affair, if your lordship thinks proper, it is as well not to keep the horses in the cold. Well, I must say 'twas a fine opportunity. Do you think so, Griffiths? Said I mildly. The rogue exultingly smiled, and to change my wavering into downright resolution, he recapitulated all the probabilities that awaited my attempt, and noticed the trifling hazard that would accrue, provided I adopted his plan for the purpose, should the attempt fail. Nor did he forget an oblique glance or two at certain prospects which he knew put no inconsiderable weight into the balance. Away, away, I cried, give the driver his directions, let him draw up close to the door before the other chaise, and let him be sure to keep his chaise door open, but not the step down. Signifies it to thee, Walter, of what Griffiths' plan consisted? Surely not. Nothing could be more easy than at the instant of their departure to request a moment's conversation with the gentleman. Nothing more simple than to invent a tale of a pursuit to be delivered into the attentive ear of Miss Valmont's guide. Nothing could promise fairer, and surely never did fulment better follow promise. Our casement looked upon a garden, and there the melancholy conductor of Miss Valmont came to walk for a few minutes. There needed no screen to hide us from his glance. His arms were folded, and his eyes intensely fixed on the earth. His hat shaded the upper part of his face, so that I could see no part of his said resemblance to the bearded youth of the armoury, but I observed with pleasure and thrilling expectation that he and I were nearly of one stature, both booted and both wearing dark blue great coats. This only difference existed. One of his capes he had drawn round his chin. All mine lay on my shoulders. Walter, I could button mine up on occasion. George had ridden my grey mare from town. I felt no way inclined to make him a party in the transaction, and I also wanted the mare for Griffiths. I therefore ordered him to return to B and take a stage for London, waiting there my further orders. Griffiths saw him mount a post horse, and led the grey mare round the house, and fastened her to some rails in readiness. It was exactly 2 hours and 1/4 from the time of our arrival before their chaise came to the door. The horses were to have a feed in their harness. The guests were impatient to be gone. I shuddered, and as I traversed our little room, the echo of my footsteps seemed to be blabbing tell-tales. I shall never, Walter, know such another minute as that. All in future will be the dull uniformity of peace and plenty. It was done. The waiter delivered Griffiths' message in the best parlour. I, from a distant peeping station, saw the gentleman walk to our room. I heard the door shut, the waiter stump away. Thrilling, throbbing with hope and fear, I walked up the passage to their parlour. Wrapped in her cloak, the hood drawn over her head, her hat in her hand, stood the fair expectant. "Oh, come," said she, "do let us hasten." The day was gloomy, the passage was dark. I had drawn up my cape and drawn down my hat. My hand took hers. She tripped along. No creature was in sight. I caught her up in my arms, lifted her into the chaise, and we whirled off just as the landlady came bustling up to the door. I had my cue of silence and reserve in the intelligence I had received from the waiter. During the first 3 miles I neither spoke nor looked up. She the while clasping her hands and muttering, as the waiter called it. I heard her pronounce the names of Miss Ashburn, of Montgomery, and of some one else. For 3 miles, I say, we interchanged not one word. Then, Walter, the first word betrayed me. And now what a list of sobs, tears, screams, prayers, and lamentations you expect. I have not one for you. She sighed, indeed, and a few drops forced a reluctant way, but she neither prayed, threatened, nor lamented. She demanded her liberty. She reasoned for her liberty, reasoned with a firmness collected, vigilant, manly, let me say. She remembers seeing me in the castle, and takes me for her uncle's agent. In truth, Walter, I suffer her to think it still, for I do not find, when carefully examined, that my own character and motives in this business possess much to recommend them. In a little glen between 2 hills, of which the barrenness of one frowns on the cultivation of the other, stands a farm, embosomed, hid in secrecy and solitude. No traveller eyes it from the distant heath. No horses, save its own, leave the print of their hoofs at its entrance. But even more than usual gloom and dullness now reigns around it. The lively whistle of the ploughman and hind no longer cheer the echoes of the hill. The farmyard is emptied of its gabbling tenants. The master is dead, the stock sold, the tenants discharged, and one solitary daughter, with one solitary female domestic alone, remains to guard the house till quarter day shall yield it to a new tenant. 'Tis neither fit employment for my time to relate, nor for yours to read, the trifling adventures by which Griffiths became acquainted with this fair daughter, her circumstances and abode, nor how he wooed and won her love during our residence at Monkton Hall. At Griffiths' instigation, hither I brought Miss Valmont, and here, till your cash arrives, as in a place of trust and safety, do I mean to keep my treasure, although I am little more than 3 leagues distant from Monkton Hall, and scarcely 4 from Valmont Castle. A less ready imagination than even thine, Walter, might picture to itself the manner in which Griffiths deluded Miss Valmont's knight errant with a tale of pursuit and discovery. The youth checked his surprise and renewed his vigour. He hastened to secure his lovely ward, and Griffiths meanwhile stole round the inn, mounted the grey mare, and was out of sight and sound of the consequences. I hear her walking. A slight partition divides her chamber from mine. No more of those deep-drawn sighs, my fair one. I thank heaven I am not an agent of Valmont's, neither. He must have used her cruelly. She is excessively pale and strangely altered. I stand, Walter, the watchful sentinel of her chamber door, which I presume not to enter till I had her in my possession. My thoughts, in gadding after the enterprise, possessed all the saucy gaiety which youth and untamed spirits could impart. Nay, when I began to write this letter, they wore their natural character. I must shift my station from this room. Those deep, deep sighs will undo me. Hasten, dear Walter, make the wings of speed thy messengers to bear to me 100 guineas, that we may fly to the land of blessings ere I forgot that her cupids have golden-headed arrows. 7,000 per annum. Oh, 'tis an elixir to cheer the fainting spirits. And now, as sure as I have possession of the rich and beauteous prize after which I have so long yearned, so sure will I recompense her present uneasiness by a life of tenderness, attention, and, to the best of my present belief, of unabated constancy. But marry me she must and shall, by God. FILMAR. End of section 74.
Section 75 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 34. From Caroline Ashburn to Lady Barlowe. Dear Madam, By a strange concurrence of accidents, I am at present attending Mr. Murden, who during many days has lain dangerously ill in a small country inn 9 miles from Valmont Castle. I must leave it to your prudence to acquaint Sir Thomas Barlowe, to whom I know it will be most distressing tidings, that his nephew is in danger, but it is necessary that Sir Thomas should know it immediately, for I have made preparations for bringing Mr. Murden to London, that he may have better accommodation and better advice. Though I speak of advice, I dare not encourage any hope in Sir Thomas, for I have watched the progress of his nephew's disorder, and I believe he is only lingering. Abide he cannot. Sir Thomas Barlowe loved this young man as a son, and, to receive him, scarcely a shadow of his former self will create distressing emotions. Yet I beseech you to urge Sir Thomas carefully to avoid any strong expressions of sorrow when his nephew arrives, for I have the grief to tell you that Mr. Murden's reason is shaken, and dreadful paroxysms may follow the slightest agitation. Naught but the power I have long laboured to obtain and have in part obtained over my sensations could have preserved any degree of fortitude in me under the most trying events of my life, events which have lately befallen Miss Valmont and Mr. Murden. On them I had bestowed the warmest tribute of my affections. In the enjoyment of their virtues and happiness I expected daily to augment my own. But, alas, it is gone, and my wretched hopes still wear their beautiful and alluring form while sinking in disappointment. I am aware, madam, that Mr. Murden's misfortune cannot create more concern in your breast than the circumstance of my being with him will raise wonder and curiosity, nor have I any other than a full intention of making you acquainted with the circumstances that drew us both hither, whose sad termination has operated so fatally on Mr. Murden. But I am obliged to defer the relation till our arrival in town, both on account of its length, of the preparations I am making for Mr. Murden's ease and safety on the journey, and the continual anxiety of watchfulness which possesses me for the sake of Miss Valmont, to whom I have been unhappily the cause of evils possibly worse than that which has befallen Mr. Murden. I cannot name the day when you and Sir Thomas may expect us, for the time consumed in the journey must be regulated by the abatement or increase of Mr. Murden's disorder. He shall travel in a litter, and I hope it is unnecessary for me to assure Sir Thomas nothing shall be wanting to his accommodation that I have means to procure. I remain your ladyship's well-wisher and servant, Caroline Ashburn. End of section 75. Section 76 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3. Letter 35. From Caroline Ashburn to George Valmont. Sir, by the messenger of mine, who, on his search for my lost friend, came to your gates a few days since, you were informed that it was through my means Sibella escaped from your castle, and, however stern may be the anger you entertain against me, be assured, sir, it cannot exceed the vehemence of that self-reproach and sorrow which now assail me for having been the contriver of so unjustifiable an undertaking. I send you, sir, a packet containing all the letters I have received from Sibella, and also the letters that have passed between Mr. Murden and myself. I lay them before you, with the confidence that you will afford them a patient and temperate perusal, for I think they will serve to convince you, as they have already convinced me, by the unfortunate event to which they have led, that, however plausible and even necessary in appearance, yet artifice and secrecy are dangerous, vicious tools. Your secrets were the preparatory step to the errors of Clement and Sibella. Had Sibella never departed from strict truth and sincerity, she had never formed her rash engagement with Clement. Had Murden never, with his dangerous refinements of fancy, longed secretly to view this rare child of seclusion, he had not bettered his life and happiness for a sigh. And lastly, had I not given way to the fatal mistake that secrecy could repair the inability of reason, I had, instead of availing myself of the ruin on the rock, ere now perhaps released Sibella by convincing you. And we had all been comparatively happy. Murden's unfinished letter from the village of Hipsley will show you his deplorable situation, and all that we know concerning the loss of our Sibella. I have 6 agents employed to discover her, but they wander blindly, for I have neither trace nor supposition to guide them. What can I do, sir? If you have any advice to offer, I hope you will not withhold it, from animosity to me. Excessively do I love the friend I have helped to sacrifice, yet I can readily and sincerely forgive you the errors of your conduct towards her. O then, sir, pardon mine, and in pity to the anxiety of my heart, aid me with your advice and assistance. I do not even hate Mr. Montgomery, though I do despise him altogether. You suspected him of taking Sibella from the castle. I suspected him of stealing her from Mr. Murden. He was otherwise employed. I arrived in town with my poor patient under my protection yesterday evening, and resigned Mr. Murden to the care of his uncle, Sir Thomas Barlowe. When I drove up to my mother's door, I found it more than usually crowded with carriages and servants, hung upon the pillars, and when several of my mother's footmen stepped from among the crowd, I perceived there were new liveries adorned in the highest style of elegant expense. Though it was impossible not to notice the uncommon glare of splendour that saluted my eyes, yet our changes have always been so various and profuse, I never thought of inquiring into the cause of the present. Unfitted by my dress, but still more by weariness of limbs and depression of mind, to encounter company, I retired to my chamber and to bed. This morning my maid attended me, and, with the natural hesitation of good nature in relating disagreeable tidings, she informed me, Mr. Montgomery was married to my mother. Sir, it is the fact. Last Saturday my mother became the bride of your son, and the parade I witnessed last night was to do honour to the first complimenters of this extraordinary hymeneal. The tidings stunned me, for I was no way prepared from the conduct of either to expect such an event. Uninvited, and assuredly unwelcome, I visited their apartment the hour of breakfast, and my mother collected the utmost of her haughtiness, and Mr. Montgomery his gay indifference, to repel the reproaches they expected I should be prompted to bestow on them. But, sir, they mistook me. I went only to deliver to them a plain history of the mischiefs I have heaped on Mr. Murden and my Sibella, to remind them how early, and, alas, how severe, a punishment has followed my deviation from rectitude. I saw Montgomery's countenance become pale and ghastly. It was, sir, when I spoke of Miss Valmont's independent fortune. Then, I believe, all the force of his situation was present with him. May it often recur, and be the preservative against future follies. Allow me, sir, to say a word or two of him who most loved your niece and best deserved her. Mr. Murden intruded on your domain, and destroyed some of your unripe projects, yet I persuade myself you will feel a pity for his misfortunes. His life pays the forfeiture of his curiosity and secrecy. A romantic love of Miss Valmont sapped its foundation, and his nights of watching amidst the chilling damps of the ruin hastened the progress of its destruction. Sibella's unaccountable escape from him at a time when his high-toned feelings were wrought upon, in a way that I cannot express, by the alteration in her person, drove him to madness. Then it was that I saw him, who once possessed every advantage of manly grace and beauty, changed to a living skeleton, whose eyes, starting from their sockets, glanced around with wild horror and insanity. Oh, sir, it was indeed a scene that called forth all my fortitude. As his delirium had no mischievous tendencies, it was judged better to remove him to London, and whether change of air and place had the salutary effect, or the delirium had exhausted his force, I know not, but he became perfectly restored to reason before we reached London. The restoration was almost beyond my hopes, and there hope rests, it dares not presume further. The most certain indications of speedy dissolution now appear, and all my time must be given to the endeavour of tracing my beloved Sibella, and consoling the anxious Murden for her loss. On his own account consolation pains him. All his wishes centre in death, and the irrevocable union will soon take place. Will you be kind enough to inform me of the name of Sibella's other guardian? Adieu, sir. May that peace, which is only to be purchased by rectitude, become an inmate of your abode. Caroline Ashburn. End of section 76.
Section 77 of Secrecy or the Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secrecy or the Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 36. Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. Faith, Walter, I have secured a rich prize indeed here, but its estimate. In the first place, a very lovely and adorable woman. In the second, a fine estate. In the third, an heir in embryo to inherit it. True, by the gods. Nevertheless, stop your rash conclusions, for I have heard her whole story. Therefore I tell you that Miss Ashburn is an angel, Mr. Murden a fine fellow, Mr. Valmont an idiot, Sibella a saint, and Montgomery a scoundrel. Though on my soul she talked so movingly of his never fading faith, I could not for my life persuade myself to tell her my true opinion of him. From the little she knows of Murden, her hermit and deliverer, I long to know more. I burn to tell you of her wonderful escape, of the marvellous ruin on the rock, but I have resolved to waive explanations till I come. I charge you by your friendship, breathe not a whisper of the adventure till you see me. I am going to restore her to her friends. Her eloquence did part, but truly her condition did more. I never bargained to pay off such a mortgage. I could love her dearly, but then you know my name is FILMAR, and as a lord I am bound in duty to love and cherish no son, but a son of my own begetting. I have dispatched 2 messengers, one for carriages and another to that inn at Hipsley, which I don't love at all now, to make inquiries after Mr. Murden. I wonder how he and I shall adjust our accounts. I fear there is a long balance in his favour. You perceive, Walter, all my secret plottings and contrivings have brought me to a fine heritage at last. Murden cannot call me anything less than a thief, and will say I deserve a thief's punishment. Valmont, too, will want a peck at me, neither for the credit of love nor integrity, but only because Sibella is the great-great-great-granddaughter of some one or other of his great-grandfathers. Montgomery may pretend the honour of his wife, her own phrase, impeached by her residence with me, and if you won't believe that until 2 hours since I never forced myself into her presence, why I shall be obliged by all the laws of honour and gentlemanship to prove it by the length of a sword. Heigh ho! And this pretty wisdom-speaking mortal has actually prevailed on me to endure the brunt and carry her back to Miss Ashburn. She has offered high bribes, solid comforts, made up of duty and justice, but I have a sickly palate, spoiled by other viands. I want a modern seasoned fricassee. Alas, I have no alternative, unless I shoot her and bury her under a tree. I don't know what of that sort I may be tempted to for myself, for when I have no longer her and her concerns to think of, I must turn to my own, a pretty prospect. Do you know, Walter, any way that a lord-turned-plain man can get a living? For unless I get it, heaven knows, I must go without it. You are admiring my forbearance in keeping such a distance, Walter, but the fact is, I was a coward. Daily, almost hourly, Miss Valmont entreated she might speak with me, and I as constantly, with a great many civil excuses, declined the conversation. What could I have said but what had amounted to this? Miss Valmont, I ran away with you because I wanted your estate, for want of a better. As to yourself, I know nothing about you, therefore how can I care for you? Methought, Walter, when I had your cash in hand, I should be bold. Your cash came, I pocketed it, and I proudly strutted up to Miss Valmont. The former pages will tell you the result. The plot thickens, and I am more of Montgomery's sort than I believed I was. Mr. Murden is dying. Good God, Walter, who would have thought on this? They told my messenger that he has been raving mad, and that a lady took him away for London yesterday morning. I dare not relate to Miss Valmont these cursed tidings. I am impatient to yield her up. We shall travel as fast as I think her condition may allow without danger. FILMAR. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Isaacson. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 37. From George Valmont to Caroline Ashburn. Madam, I am certainly obliged to you for your intentions, and though I allow you have sometimes reason on your side, I think you make too little allowance for the proper obedience due from children to parents. As a parent, I certainly stood both to Clement and Sibella, and they ought implicitly to have obeyed my commands. However, she, poor child, suffers sufficiently, and I am willing to forgive, though I can never be reconciled to her. Her pregnancy will now be known to the world, and, were I again to receive her, I should cooperate in disgracing my family. I heartily wish your search may be successful, and I am ready to reimburse your expenses, and also, if you find my niece, to allow her a proper establishment. My Lord of Elsings, joint guardian with me in the trust of Miss Valmont, resides at present in this neighbourhood. I have had an interview with him on the business, but I do not discover that either himself or anyone related to him is any way concerned in taking Sibella. Will you take the trouble, in my name, to wish Clement Montgomery all the felicity he may expect to find in his union with old age, folly, and affectation? Madam, your very obedient servant, G. Valmont. End of section 78. Recording by Sam Isaacson.
Section 79 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK, Volume 3, Letter 38, from Lord FILMAR to Sir Walter Boyer. Your pardon, Walter, that I should pass your lodgings as I drove out of town without stopping to say a single how do ye. But let pity and humanity plead their cause with ever so much eloquence, yet the prejudices of custom are so potent that a man becomes ashamed if his eyes give their tribute to the feelings of his heart. Truly, Walter, I should have blushed to-day at my insensibility, if I had not wept yesterday. Yet for weeping I coward-like drew up the blinds of my chaise, and to hide myself from the finger of scorn bade the driver carry me with all expedition to my aunt's retreat at Hayley Lodge. I must suppose, for your own sake, Boyer, that when you wrote me your hasty letter to the farm, you were uninformed of Montgomery's marriage with Mrs. Ashburn. Haste could not excuse such an oversight, as little as you knew of Miss Valmont. No, no, it was not possible you could be informed of it, and not send me the tidings. I am an ass. I have not the common discernment of a schoolboy, or I had never talked of accommodating her condition by tardy travelling when I was bearing Miss Valmont to her beloved though perfidious Clement. Speed, flying speed, was alone necessary to her safety. I spared neither money nor command, yet to her foundered. Not that she complained, never. She even thanked my zeal when her gasping sensations would give way to utterance. But I saw it, Walter, in her eyes. I saw the speed of her affections in the convulsive swells of her bosom. Do not call me ridiculous, but upon my soul there were moments of the journey that, while gazing on her, I was on the point of grasping her in my arms, lest her very form should dissolve into feeling and vanish from my protection. Once I refused to proceed unless she would take refreshment. She did not plead, and taking from me a cup of chocolate, her shaking hand raised it halfway to her lips, then returned it untasted to the table. I drew a chair and deliberately seated myself, as if resolved to put my threat in practice. After a short silence, "Sir," said she, "have you ever known what it is to love?" I was looking on the fire, and recollecting some odd sensations that had occasionally crept to my heart, was about to reply in the affirmative, but turning my head and meeting the full gaze of her eloquent eye, an honest and prompt reply sprang to my lips. By my soul and salvation, never, madam. Griffiths, see the horses instantly put to the chaise. We alight no more till we alight in London. Montgomery showed you a silly portrait that he painted. To say it was the likeness of Miss Valmont was a falsehood. 'Twas a mere passive representation of fine features. Let him paint me their energy, their force, the fullness of hope that beamed from them yesterday morning, and I will say he is worthy of Miss Valmont's love. He cannot do it, Walter. He could as soon be a god. She never was beautiful till then. Not in the fullest bloom of her vigour and prosperity did she ever equal herself, such as I saw her yesterday morning. This, madam, is Miss Ashburn's residence, I said, as we drove to the door. I shall see my Caroline first then, said Miss Valmont, next my Clement. Agitated as I was at the time by her impatience and expectations, I cannot suppose I inquired for any one else than Miss Ashburn. Whether the servant imagined she was of the party, or concluded my visit must be to his mistress, I know not, but he announced Lord Filmar in the drawing-room, and I led in the loveliest spectre with golden threaded hair to an apartment where Montgomery lolled negligently on one sofa, and his portly bride on another. Shall I tell you how they looked? No, for their best looks are worthless, but I will tell you that Miss Valmont looked ardour, love, and truth. She raised her clasped hands one instant, then rushed into the arms of Montgomery, which involuntarily opened to receive, and were compelled to sustain her. A confused suspicion of something more than usually wrong in Montgomery darted upon my mind. I looked wistfully around the apartment, as it were for a relief from danger, and my heart bounded as I saw Miss Ashburn enter the room. Charming woman! She could make astonishment yield to better feelings with admirable presence of mind. She instantly approached Miss Valmont, saying, "Sibella, dearest Sibella, have you no tokens for your Caroline?" "Oh yes," replied Miss Valmont, "many, many. Love and gratitude also for my Caroline. Happy, happy world! I will live with you in it for ever." Miss Ashburn endeavoured to retain Sibella in her embrace, and began hurryingly to inquire of her where she had been, and by what means she had got hither. But Miss Valmont knew nothing of the past. She was alive only to the present, to her own anticipation of the future. She turned back to him. "I say for ever, Clement." She would have given herself a second time to his arms, but an averted look and staggering retreat forbade her. Good God, Walter, methinks I see her now. Never shall I cease to remember the changes of her countenance from rapture to astonishment, from dumb astonishment to doubt, and from doubt the quick transition to despair. Thus spoke to her the hesitating, cold-blooded villain. Miss Valmont, you have used me very ill. Once I could have. It was barbarous of you who knew your uncle's severe disposition. A little longer concealment might. He paused. Miss Ashburn's tears began to flow for her friend, who showed no symptom of common sorrow. Miss Ashburn endeavoured to take her hands, but Sibella shrunk, as if the kind emotions of her nature were congealed. A tear that had lingered on her cheek, the last of her tears of happiness, died away. Her asking eye still fixed itself on Montgomery, nor could he forbear answering to it. You know, Miss Valmont, hear me, listen only to me, exclaimed Miss Ashburn. Sibella pushed her firmly aside and bent forward to him. I would, Miss Valmont, continued he in the same irresolute, cowardly, cruel tone, I should be glad to serve you. It will be best that you return to your uncle. It might have been otherwise, but you were always rash and premature. This is not time for explanations. I am sorry, but I cannot now give you any protection, for I am indeed, yes, madam, I am married. Are we not both married? Said she, with an emphasis that thrilled him. What is this? Speak, Clement. Nay, now, Miss Valmont, you are childish, said Miss Ashburn coldly. Montgomery's bride, I mean. What man of taste marries a woman after an affair with her? I can bear this no longer, cried Miss Ashburn. Silence, madam. Sibella, dear Sibella, turn your eyes on me. Let not their pure rays beam on a wretch so worthless. Devoured by emotions over which friendship had no control, she was still deaf to Miss Ashburn. Still those pure eyes bent their gaze on Montgomery, who now trembled, who now could not ever articulate his broken sentences, who, fainting with guilt, supported himself by leaning on the back of that couch on which he had so lately reclined in the ease of his basely purchased triumph. Suddenly starting from this posture, he rushed towards the door. Whither, Clement? Exclaimed Miss Valmont. Oh, you'll take me with you, Clement. And while, without daring to look on her, he disengaged his hand which she had seized, she rapidly uttered in a softened tone of voice, Clement, lover, husband, all. The door shut upon Montgomery. She shrieked. Miss Ashburn would have embraced her, but she would not suffer it. She sunk upon the floor. She crossed her arms upon her bosom with a violent pressure, as if to bind the agony. Her teeth grated against each other, and every limb shuddered. I had approached her with Miss Ashburn, and scarcely less affected than Miss Ashburn herself. I was turning away to hide my emotions, when she sprang upon her feet in an instant, and grasping my arm, You shall not go without me, she said. Come, sir, I have told you the way. Carry me back to the castle. Then you have forgotten your Caroline, forgotten the kind Murden, who hazarded so much to save you. No, replied Miss Valmont, I never forgot any one. She took her hand from my arm, and lifted both hands to her forehead. She stood immovable in deep musing for some time. Take me to the castle, at length she exclaimed, without changing her posture or looking at any person. Bid Mr. Valmont provide a dungeon where I can die. I will not go to the wood, oh no, nor to my chamber. She groaned and started. For whom is it that you weep thus? She asked, abruptly turning round to Miss Ashburn. For my Sibella. She bent forward and gazed intently in Miss Ashburn's face, as if in search of something. "It is Caroline," said she, drawing back. Spreading her arms wide, she looked down upon herself. "Sibella!" Then, every muscle of her face convulsed with anguish, she bent her eyes upon the door, and that was Clement. Oh! In short, Walter, 1,000 tender touches followed, which wrung my heart to pity, while that woman had the insolence and brutality to call herself Montgomery's wife. But Sibella did not understand her, or if she did, 'twas nothing. His look, his tones, had completed the work, and her mind could feel nothing beyond. Other dreadful agonies followed, but under the suffering of those she was patience itself. She was conveyed to her friend's chamber, and in 3 hours delivered of a dead child. I waited the result alone in Miss Ashburn's library, canvassing over all the exquisite concern I had in producing such misery to this injured Sibella. Had I been buried in a quicksand on the road to Hipsley, her noble-minded Caroline and the tender Murden might by due preparation have robbed Clement's perfidy of half its sting. But to come upon her thus, to hurl her down such a precipice from the felicity of her expectations, oh, no wonder her life should be in danger. And think, Walter, what I must have felt when they came to tell me so. In such a moment who could palliate? Not I, indeed. I did not conceal from Miss Ashburn an atom of the truth, and she talked like an angel, for she not only told me I should amend, but taught me how to amend. One little satisfaction, indeed, visited me under that roof. I saw JANETTA LAUNDY disgracefully dismissed. She it was, I doubt not, that made this match to satisfy her own grasping avarice by Montgomery's folly. Would you believe that she had so far imposed on the credulity of Mrs. Ashburn that she dared sneer at my assertions? Luckily, I had some letters in my pocket book lately written by her to me, and such proofs could neither be denied nor parried. As the letters pretty fully displayed the commerce with Montgomery, Mrs. Ashburn poured on her a torrent of abuses. But scarcely had JANETTA withdrawn when she complained that her daughter had made her house odious to her, had brought a rival to insult her, and finally she ordered a servant to inquire if Mr. Montgomery would attend her to the opera. Mr. Montgomery was nowhere to be found. And next Miss Ashburn gave me a commission, no less, Walter, than to relate my worthy exploits to Mr. Murden. By the interest of Miss Ashburn's name, I was admitted to his chamber. When I saw the wasted form, and heard the hollow voice of Murden, and knew, for Miss Ashburn had told me that love of Miss Valmont had brought him thus near the grave, I shuddered at the idea of my commission. He heard me with a composure which shocked while it astonished me, till I mentioned our entering Mrs. Ashburn's drawing room. "Hold, sir," cried he, "has she then seen him?" I replied, "She has indeed." "Enough, sir," said he, "I know all that remains already." Not another syllable passed between us till I rose to go. He then offered me his hand, and said if I would promise not to pity him, he would ask to see me again. And so he shall. I will, if possible, see him before he dies. My messenger, who brings you this letter, travels for tidings respecting Miss Valmont. Adieu, FILMAR. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 39, from Caroline Ashburn to George Valmont. Sir, our Sibella is found. I write at her bedside, and if after 1 hour's cool investigation of the past you can lay your hand on your heart and say, though Sibella offended me, I was ever just to her, I will yield up the earnest wish I have, that you should come to London to extend the forgiveness you have already granted, to see, to bless her, ere she dies. Those convulsive starts tell me nature cannot long support the struggle. She was the only child of your brother, sir, and one among the fairest among the daughters of men. You complain, sir, that my opinions pay too little deference to the obedience due from children to parents, and in answer to that I must observe, I know not of any opposing duties, and wherever the commands of parents are contrary to the justice due from being to being, I hold obedience to be vice. The perpetual hue and cry after obedience and obedience has almost driven virtue out of the world, for be it unlimited unexamined obedience to a sovereign, to a parent or husband, the mind, yielding itself to implicit unexamined obedience, loses its individual dignity, and you can expect no more of a man than of a brute. What is to become of the child who is taught never to think or act for himself? Can a creature thus formed ever arrive at the maturity of wisdom? How is he who has never reasoned to be enabled in his turn to train his offspring otherwise than he himself was trained? Proud of sway and dominion, he gratifies every impulse of caprice, blindly commands while they blindly obey, and thus from one generation to another the world is peopled with slaves, and the human mind degraded from the station which God had given to it. You sent Clement into the world, and you commanded him to hate it, but you never told him why it merited this abhorrence, only he was to hate because it pleased you that he should hate the world. Clement Montgomery saw everything new, everything fascinating, and the more he remembered he was to hate, the more he loved the world. Then you bid him make himself independent, and you had not given him one lesson of independence of mind, without which he must ever be a tool and dependent. Indeed, sir, you have no right to withhold from him your forgiveness, for you taught him by your own example to say one thing and intend another. In your own mistakes you may trace the foundation of his vices. Mr. Montgomery has indeed heaped upon himself an infinite load of mischiefs, and you, sir, in the bitterness of your resentment, could not wish him a severer punishment than, I believe, he at present endures. My beloved and sacrificed friend was unhappily led into his presence on the first moment of her arrival. She claimed him as her own, and he must have been marble itself, had not that interview and its sad consequences to the deceived, injured Sibella stung him with remorse. Yet his repentance has more of frenzy than feeling. Several times he attempted to force his way into Sibella's chamber, and, finding me immovable resolved that he should not see her, he gave way to the most violent burst of indignation and invective, whose chief object was my mother. At length he quitted the house, and it is said that, in grief and distraction, he also quitted the kingdom. But I understand his feeble and wavering character. His sorrow will abate. He will be again reconciled to himself, and live abounding in all things but esteem. In consequence of Mr. Montgomery's departure, my mother has vowed an everlasting enmity to me. She has chosen another abode, and forbidden me her presence. It is, sir, no uncommon case for persons who would fly from the consciousness of their follies to shelter themselves under resentment, and accuse others of malignantly creating those misfortunes for them which were the unavoidable consequences of their own errors. How vain and futile are such endeavours, and how strongly do they help to prove the value of rectitude, which brings its own consolation under every afflicting circumstance of life. To press you further on the subject of your coming to London, or to relate the particulars which have befallen Sibella, would be only to give you unnecessary pain. Suffer me, however, to remind you once more that the moment approaches rapidly upon us when resentment cannot agitate nor forgiveness soothe her. I remain, sir, your sincere well-wisher, Caroline Ashburn. End of section 80. Section 81 of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2017. Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK. Volume 3, Letter 40. From Caroline Ashburn to Lord FILMAR. My Lord, I scarcely recollect the verbal message I sent in answer to your letter of yesterday, for I was then under the dominion of feelings more powerful than reason, yet not more powerful. It was reason had yielded for a time her place. I will fortify myself for the relation of the events of yesterday, because I think it will do you a service. I am sure you are not incorrigible, and one example of the wretched consequences of error has often more power than a volume of precepts. It was 11:30 yesterday morning when an attendant silently beckoned me from Sibella's bed. In the antechamber, Sir Thomas Barlowe's gentleman waited to inform me that Mr. Murden was in my study. I could scarcely believe I was awake. It seemed so impossible that he should be there. Alas, madam, said the young man, every persuasion has been used to prevent his rash design. And since Sir Thomas Barlowe, by the advice of the physicians, positively refused his coming to visit Miss Valmont, he has neither taken rest nor sustenance. What could we do, madam, but indulge him? How indeed could they act otherwise? He was brought, my lord, in a chair, and had fainted once by the way. Much affected by the nature of his enterprise, and by the resolution with which he persisted in accomplishing his design, I could not restrain my tears when I joined him in the study. He was gasping for breath, and seemed ready to drop from the arms of the servant who supported him. As I approached him and took his hand, he turned his head away from me. An increase of anxiety and something of ill nature contracted his brow, for he expected a decided opposition on my part to the design which he had resolved never to relinquish. Murden, my dear Murden, I said, He interrupted me in a peevish tone. He came, he said, to see Sibella. He must see her. And if I refused to let him see her, he would crawl to her chamber door and live there whilst he did live. I would have spoken again, but he waved his hand to express that he would not hear me, and rested his head on the servant's shoulder. The hand which I still held, though he had twice attempted to draw it from mine, began to endure a consuming heat. A deep hectic colouring overspread his cheek, and I imagined disappointment was committing more ravages on him, in one way, than indulgence could, in another. Strongly incited to lead Murden instantly to my friend's chamber, yet unwilling to hazard so much merely on my own judgment, I retired to consult with Mrs. Beville, who has kindly given me her society and assistance since my mother quitted the house. Mrs. Beville suggested to me an idea which determined me to permit the interview, unless Sibella herself should object to seeing Murden. I must tell you, my lord, that from the fatal day when you was a feeling witness of her agonies, Sibella has been perfectly, or rather horridly, calm. Never has she named Clement, nor has she ever wept. She insisted on having the corpse of her infant brought to her before its burial, and, while she pressed it to her burning bosom, she said, "Poor senseless earth! In quitting life so soon thou hast not lost but gained. What art thou? Nothing. Thy members will not swell into strength and proportion. Life will not inform them. Thy heart will never beat, and I shall not feel. Babe, thou art gone for ever. None laments for thee. She who should have been thy mother weeps not for thee. Go, babe, go to thy cold shelter. Soon will that shelter be mine. But I cannot afford thee warmth, for I shall be cold, senseless, dead as thou art. As she spoke, her eye had no moisture, and she delivered up the infant without shedding one tear, but the oppression she endured for want of this salutary relief was dreadful to behold. Mrs. Beville was of opinion that the altered and pity-moving countenance of Murden, the recollection of his kindness, and his sufferings for her, would surprise, affect her, turn her consideration from herself to him, and call forth a sympathy which must produce tears. I had less hope of the success of the experiment in this way to Sibella than Mrs. Beville entertained, yet I had hope, and I also persuaded myself that a kind word from her would give to Murden a renewal of vigour, and prove the cheering companion of his few remaining days. Sibella was at this time more composed than usual, and on being informed of Mr. Murden's desire, she expressed an earnest wish to see him. I returned to the study. You are welcome to lead me to her, said Murden impatiently. Yes, I replied, I am. Sibella herself desires it. Give me, said he, stretching forth his hand, and his servant presented some liquid he held in a glass, but Murden pushed it from him. Carry me there, said he, all my strength is gone. I saw that he trembled excessively, and gladly would I have retracted my consent, but it was too late. I could nothing more than hasten the interview, that the expectation of it might not prey on him thus dreadfully. We prevailed on him to taste the liquid, and then his attendants carried him in their arms to the chamber door, where at his own desire they stood still for a moment or two. When he was borne into the room, he suddenly assumed a strength which had before totally failed him, and tottered to the seat beside her. Neither spoke. He gazed till he could gaze no longer, and, leaning back his head, burst into a violent flood of tears. Sibella was not moved. She put out her hand towards his. I lifted his, and gave it her. Mr. Murden, said she, as she pressed his hand, you have been very kind to me. Tell me, how can I thank you? You were once unkind to me, replied Murden, sobbing. You hated me, you shunned me. True, for I did not know you. Yet I fancied myself infallibly discerning. She turned her head away. Oh, do not turn from me. Miss Valmont, I once talked with you in the ruin. Do you remember it? Yes. You were not so ill then as you are now. And you, Miss Valmont, was well. I did think so, she said, and sighed. Murden comprehended the fullest force of her meaning. He looked wildly around the apartment. Let me go, said he eagerly, withdrawing his hand from Sibella, and attempting to rise. I beckoned in his two attendants, who lifted him from his seat. Will you go, and not bid me farewell, Murden? asked Sibella. He started at the plaintive tone. Stand off, cried he. Would ye dare take me from her ere my errand is completed? It is completed, my dear Murden, said I. You have seen Sibella. Bid her farewell, and part. Yes, said he, sitting down again beside her. We shall part. We are now on the very verge of parting. Oh, dear good Miss Ashburn, bless you for ever. As he spoke, he pressed each of my hands alternately to his lips. Dear, dear Miss Ashburn, fare you well. Indeed, Murden, you must go, said I. Must? repeated he. Must? Why, I know I must. I have no choice, Miss Ashburn. But allow me a little longer. Won't you, turning to Sibella, allow me a very little longer? Certainly I will, replied Sibella, if it will give you satisfaction. Satisfaction, said he. After a pause, during which he gazed intently on Sibella, his countenance underwent a striking alteration. He made a motion for something to be given to him, but when the servant approached he put him aside. His head dropped against the side of the chair, and the hand he had just lifted to his forehead fell upon the bed. Sibella placed it between both of hers. He drew his breath slowly and heavily. Once I thought he had fainted, and offered to support him. No, 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 he said, and shortly after, I believe, he slept. At that time all who were in the apartment observed a profound silence. Sibella in deep thought continued to hold his hand. Sometimes she looked upon Murden, and in those expressive looks I read the anguish of her heart. She could not, as Mrs. Beville had supposed, separate his sufferings from her own. I perceived that her emotions were kindling into agony, and I arose from my seat, undetermined which way I could relieve her, when a loud and dreadful groan from Sibella roused Murden from his short interval of forgetfulness. "Oh, have pity," said Murden. Sibella uttered a second groan. "Miss Valmont!" exclaimed Murden. "Give me not a name," cried Sibella. "I own none. What am I? A shadow? A dream? Will you oblige me?" added she, vehemently grasping Murden's hand. "Carry to him the name you used to me. Bid him murder that also." "Oh, your touch is ice!" she exclaimed, throwing his hand suddenly from her. "You have chilled my blood." A moment later she recollected herself. "Poor Murden," said she, "warm, warm yourself. Why are you so cold?" "Because I too am but a shadow," replied Murden. "Hear me, Miss Valmont, I must call you so. It was when you came to seek your fawn in the ruin that you talked with me there. Do you remember it?" "I do." "Oh, Miss Valmont, Miss Valmont, methought you never looked so lovely, never was so gentle as while you spake 2 words. Only 2. And can you not remember that I said to you, 'When remembrances of love shall be no longer remembrances of happiness, then die also'?" "Great God! Do you reproach me with living?" cried Sibella, starting up in the bed in a frenzy. "Know you not I expired when? Oh, am I not dead, dead already? Then let the same grave receive us." Bending forward, he locked her in his arms and sunk upon her pillow, never to rise again. It is easier, my lord, for you to imagine than for me to describe the consequence of yesterday's event to my beloved and dying friend. Her convulsions become each hour more and more rapid and exhausting. Yet she has intervals of composure and even of rest, and these serve to detain a little longer her bursting spirit within the fading form. Oh, cruel those who have been the means of thus early separating a mind and form so worthy of happiness, so mated to each other! As for myself, I have endured much, and have much yet to endure, for remembrances of Murden and Sibella, of their virtues and misfortunes, will live with me, will be the cherished, tender companions of many hours. Nor shall that which the world calls pleasure ever buy me from one of those hours with the richest of her temptations. Last night, while Sibella slept, I would have slept also, but the scene of yesterday lay a cumbrous load upon my heart. I rose and passed to the chamber where the corpse of Murden is deposited. His faults fled from me. I saw only Murden. I remembered him living, and now I looked on him dead. My lord, what a contrast! What a pang! A smile of something more than peace illumines even now the face from whence animation is gone for ever. It was his last smile, the smile he had so dearly purchased. His heart indeed dictated that smile, for it expanded with joy when he felt he should die with her for whom he died. Fatal end of an ungoverned passion, virtuous in its object, but vicious in its excess. The corpse still remains in the house. Why should I part with it? None loved him better. A sleep almost like death still locks up the faculties of Sibella. During her last interval from pain and convulsions, she gave her final directions, and you, my lord, are concerned therein. Mr. Valmont is sick at heart. He could not come to London, but he sent his steward with forgiveness, blessings, and an earnest request that Sibella would make her own disposition of her fortune, by which he has resolved most faithfully to abide. There is a sum in hand of near 100,000 £, out of which she has desired that your debts may be discharged, my lord. Her request to you is, that you will in future refrain from the pernicious practice by which they were incurred. I have no doubt but you will, and certain am I, my lord, that you may find means of disposing of your time, that in real pleasure will beggar all comparison with those to which you have been accustomed. I am summoned to Sibella's chamber. Again Sibella dozes. Her fits have ceased, and death becomes gentle in its preparation. Now, my Caroline, said she as I approached her bed, come and let me bid you farewell. I find there is something yet for me to feel in leaving you. Methought, she added after a pause, sensation had been dead in me. I have had strange feelings, Caroline, and now I seem awakening from a fearful dream. I have lost the raging fire which consumed me, early scenes recur, and here, laying her hand on her bosom, something swells as if I yet had affections. So saying, the melting sufferer burst into tears, and my fond hopes would have persuaded me that these tears were the beginning of her restoration. No, my lord, it is only fondness that could for one moment entertain the supposition. Do not let us weep, said she. Caroline, there is a person, 'tis, I desire it, Caroline, whom you must forgive, pity, and befriend. When you meet him, Clement, the name hung upon her quivering lips, tell him to be sincere. Tell all the world so, Caroline. My uncle's secrets could have done me but temporary harm. It was mine own secrets destroyed me. Oh, that fatal contract! A long pause succeeded, but she neither wept nor sighed. She had folded her hands upon her bosom, and she looked intently upward. Again raising herself, she embraced me, and then she said, Poor Murden, he had his secrets too, and has died for them. My lord, it is over. She expired in my arms. Yes, they shall be entombed together, the dearer parts of my existence. I loved them both as I never loved man nor woman beside. End of section 81. End of volume 3. End of Secresy, or The Ruin on the Rock, by Eliza FENWICK.